Well, folks, I feel like it's culminating to this moment here. All three players getting
it's
into
a three-way
this
all-in. Can you imagine to end things up?
all in here for Barry W and Serena with only 9 big blinds
AJ.
behind.
Aaron's just like, okay, I stepped in it. I stepped in it. It's 5 dominated. We need diamonds or a king.
Basically 6-1.
It's such a sick
Serena to
spot.
call. Does she just take the level? Does she just take the? Oh my! I don't even know. I don't even know. What an insane hand! 261 people in the chat and watching.
Chat, smash that like button. We're here all week. $1 million prize pools being smashed. Players from all over the globe flocking to Taipei for the APT New Era launch. Potential 3-way all-in.
What happens if Barry stacks both of them at the same time? Does Serena get the second place?
Serena gets second place, yeah. But she just has to fold now. Because the worst case scenario is that AJ wins the side pot, Barry beats Serena, and Serena bows out in third, and AJ's left playing heads up against Barry. Wow.
Holy crap.
He's live. Live for the triple up. Courtesy of that dead money.
So AJ all in for his tournament life with King 5 suited. As flop comes. King in the window. And a King 9-6.
AJ said, hold up, hold up. Don't let him cook just yet.
Turn the 9 of spades.
2 outs once for Barry.
Needs an ace and only an ace. Or AJ is getting the double up here. River. Boat. 9's full of kings for AJ here. Getting a big double. More than a double as a triple.
Triple's up, mate.
Wow.
Win may go back to back against Jung.
Ooh.
He's run into the 10s.
Oh,
Chang
wow.
gets
Goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands if he can hold here with the 2 red 10s. Win absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam. As Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the Queen 4 rather than waiting. Wow, Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players. His kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well for everyone else. The 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th, and Sasa in 15th. And Pachara with his second double KO of the day.
Peter Kim in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend, looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes, wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Top pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim! Queen on the turn, dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from our featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayaz in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets, the American Airlines, the pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when
3x.
they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel great about it, but you just know in the back of your head it's something you must do. Your opponent can easily have 8s, 9s, 10s that you would absolutely dominate. Many hands that would likely take the flip against you. Perhaps some fold equity as well, depending on how your opponent likes to navigate situations. So, not too many moves left up on offer for Adam here.
And also notable is that we're near the money, and Carmen is covered.
Does go all in, despite being near the bubble. Is going to see the bad news. Really hard luck there for Adam to run into the aces, and respect for jamming it in there despite being on the bubble. It's exactly the attitude you need. Adam with over 600,000 lifetime earnings. Really no spring chicken. Knew what he had to do. Gets the bad news. Drawing 19% equity to hit a jack.
No jack on this flop. Adam all in for his tournament life with the jacks. Needs to find a red jack. Needs to find an 8 or a red jack on the River of Dreams. It's going to be the deuce of hearts. And Adam from Australia is going to be eliminated here on our feature table of day 2 of the high roller. GG's in the chat for Adam. And if you feel so inclined, some ayas in the chat.
Prize in Taiwanese poker history, and second to ourselves, obviously. Yesterday saw that record being broken
by our very own main event. 2 million USD in the prize pool. Double our guarantee of 1 million USD. It's been an overwhelming success. Jolie as the short stack here, 2 big blinds. Gonna use the tank folding strategy. Everyone knows what he's doing. He knows everyone knows what he's doing. So they're talking about they're talking about it. He's like, and he owns it. He says, "Listen, I'm sorry," and the people at the table say, "Don't worry, we get it."
Yeah, $900 pay jump, or 860 to be exact, between 21st and 20th. Does eventually announce himself and move his final 2 bigs into the middle. Obviously be forced all in the next hand.
I'm surprised Jolie doesn't have any more time banks, just the one.
100. Exactly 100.
Chan gonna get out of there. So round to the blinds. Oh, Pachara. Couple of kings in the small blind. Get the Thai flag in the chat. Channel your Thai energy. So he's going to click it to 180 to incentivize the big blind coming along for the ride. See if he wakes up with anything.
Pocket 8s, wow.
Oh, this might go in, Greg. Especially given the dynamic. Jolly kind of all in with any 2. Pachara going to be ISOing incredibly wide here against the any 2 range from Jolly. Would not fault Cheng for pushing his final 16 bigs in the middle.
And that is exactly what Cheng does. Cheng of Taiwan goes all in here. And a snap call.
Such a sick injuries from Pachara, man.
Wow. Pachara does cover everyone here.
He does indeed.
So 2 players all in for the tournament life. Chung and Jolie.
Yeah, you get 20 players.
A 3-way all in.
I'm gonna make it 2 sevens will come in. Like a 7.
Jolly just confirming that Cheng would obviously get the pay jump. Ace, Queen, 6, clean as it comes. And now Cheng drawing to 1 out alone. The Jack of Diamonds completing the board. Pachara with the double elimination, Greg. Up to 2.2 million chips. But more importantly, everyone's securing a couple of ladders.
Ogura with the pocket queens, the senoritas, the ladies, the queen. Gonna raise it up to 50K. Pocket pair and pocket pair violence here in the pot with the pocket 5s. Is thinking, I want a set to be mine. I'm gonna go ahead and mine a set. Pocket pair on pocket pair action here, folks. +1 versus +2. Kevin Choi likes to make sure he takes the time to make the right decision. Also balances out his tanking time, his tanking range, if you will. Small blind, Lee, short stacked, 8 bigs, king 10, gonna fold. Going through the blinds is devastating when you're short stacked, losing 2.5 big blinds each time. 7 deuce, stay loose, they never do. Heads up now. Queens versus 5s on hand 72. Should have played 7 deuce. As flop comes, king jack 8, 2 diamonds. Neither player hitting a set, and even queen's not feeling the most comfortable with a king on the board. Does have the queen of diamonds as some consolation. Ogura gonna start with a check. Napat gonna start with a stab, 50k into 160.
Always unpleasant to have that 1 over show up on the flop. Takashi probably fairly comfortable at this stage of the hand. As it happens, he's 92% in equity. Were this to go to showdown.
Next to call, turn, deuce of hearts. 5 of diamonds would have been spicy. Checks it over again to Napat. Pocket 5s with the worst hand.
Talk about a brick. Nothing changes. Back to Napat. Call on the flop should signify that he could be behind, but does not seem to slow him down. He takes another stab at it, and given the sizing, I'm a little unsure what this bet is supposed to accomplish. 100k into 260. Certainly any draws are pretty much forced to continue for that price. Perhaps he thinks he can get some, I guess, pair of 8s, perhaps some jacks to fold.
10s.
Not too many hands better than 5s.
10s, 9s,
would
maybe.
fold there.
Mix does make the call. River. 9 of clubs.
Queen 10 does come in. Diamonds do not.
And does Napat fire the triple barrel here? Like to exploit the flop check by Ogura here. And does make a chonky bet now. 300k or so into 460k. Perhaps some thought about the small bet sizes on the flop and turn allows for weaker parts of Ogura's range to continue that cannot withstand a large bet on the river.
Credit where it's due, he has converted his hand into a convincing bluff. Gets the fold.
So sick. Napat! Top! Just shows I don't need to have the best hand. I just need position, good hand reading, exploitation.
Right, guys. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're stopped at 176. We have 3 all-in and calls. We're going to do them in order. Our all-in player is Ivan Lee. He's been called and covered by Jai Wook Shin.
Lil tried getting a translation
Okay, let's
and
see
then
the
ended up
hands,
reading
please,
it better.
gentlemen. I have King, Queen, King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, all in against Jack 4, Jack of Spades, 4 of Diamonds.
It's like an incredibly
Away
short
from my
stack.
trophies. Man, move away from my trophies. You break them, you bought them. Right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Go on, Neil.
Flop is Ace of Diamonds, 8 of Spades, 9 of Hearts. King, Queen is still in the lead.
So it's the king, queen
Let's
that's
see the
all in
turn card.
race.
Turn is the 7. We've now got a gut
okay.
shot for the Jack 4.
So Jack 10 or a
King,
4
Queen is
needed.
still in the lead. Without a Jack, a 4, or a 10, our King, Queen's going to double through. Let's see the river. It's a 10!
Brutal. Ouch. See the reaction from
Right,
the
that 10
players.
is going to make a straight, and it is going to eliminate a player. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more. We have 2 more, everybody. All right, guys. On this table, we have 2 players
Look at
all
that.
in,
Look at the phones out.
covered by a 3rd player.
Wow.
Seat number 1, Fan Chi Wei. He is all in.
And
Seat
excited.
number 7, Chan Ping Xian. He is also all in. They are
that's
both
excited.
covered by Takaharu Iko from Japan.
Okay, so the big
All right,
stack.
seat 1, Fan. Let's see him.
Let's jab
Pocket
over the
Kings,
short stack.
Cowboys. Ace 10 of Spades.
Here we go.
Covered by Ace King of Hearts.
Oh, man.
Sorry, really quickly. Who's...
Well, King's in good shape
Okay,
for sure.
so He's covered twice.
Loving that excitement.
Wow.
He's
All right,
all
six,
in on the
seven,
stone
ace
bubble.
10 of spades is covered by the Cowboys and the ace king of hearts.
This man is an
Dealer,
inspiration
let's
and
see
a
the
treasure.
flop, please.
So ace high flop would be showers for both players as the ace king
Six of
covers.
spades, queen of clubs, deuce of hearts.
All right, some backdoor flush draws.
The flush draws are alive, backdoor straights, etc., but the Cowboys
50%
are
of the
riding
time we're
high.
going to see a flush draw on the turn.
Christie, turn card, please. Five of diamonds.
Pretty clean.
Five of diamonds has airballed all the flushes and all the straights.
Ace and an
The
ace
kings
only.
are still riding at the moment. Needs to dodge ace either of the
he have
two
dice in
remaining
his hand?
aces.
2 outer needed to get us into the money.
River card.
Would be brutal.
It's the
Jack
jack
of
of spades. So our pocket kings are going to double up, but our ace 10 of spades has also been eliminated. Please
And
stay
there we
there,
go.
because we have one more all in.
Oh, wow, there's another one.
Wow. So we have
Where is my third all in,
gone
guys?
down to 174 at least.
So
Kato is all in.
another
And
all in.
CK has him covered. We have a queen of diamonds, 10 of spades, king of clubs flop. Show me. King, queen of spades,
A
2.
monster.
Jack of hearts, king of diamonds for an open ender.
And a monster as well, so to speak. Plenty of outs for the all-in player.
So the all-in player at risk with the open ender. Needs an ace
All
or a
right,
9.
top 2 against an open ender. Dealer, please deal a turn card. 9. Right, that's going to give us straight. We have outs to a house and a chop.
Oh, the all-in player
needs
is
a
the one with
king,
top
a
Yeah,
two.
queen, or a
No, the
jack
all-in player is the one with king
to
jack.
take this pot.
Oh, the guy. I'm loving these smiles.
Dealer, let's see the river card, please. It's a deuce.
Okay. Oh, wait,
We
you
have
might be right.
3 eliminations, everybody.
eliminations.
Congratulations. You have made the money.
Well,
at the
how is
largest
that
APT
for
in
a photo
history.
finish, so to speak?
Congratulations, everyone.
The position of the opener is going to play a huge role in this hand. Under the gun open, gets 3-bet, and decides to 4-bet. That is a very different range from, let's say, if he was opening from the cutoff or the hijack, because you tend not to play back if called out after an under the gun open.
Yeah, certainly going to have more 4-bet bluffs from the cutoff rather than under the gun. Let's see how Dennis proceeds. Ace King O. North of 70 effective. May even see him just make a disciplined fold here.
Seems crazy to say, but all options really on the table for Dennis. Just depends on what he knows about Eric's play, how he's observed him playing so far.
Given the story that Sai's telling here. Open under the gun. 8-handed. Button 3-bet. He's now come back with the 2.5x 4-bet.
What you hate to be doing in this situation is folding if your opponent has the same hand,
Right.
ace-king. Certainly something that goes through you. Of course, you block ace-king when you have ace-king, but look at that. I mean, he blocks pocket kings as well. These things do happen.
The good thing for Dennis is he is closing the action in position. Maybe peel one off, see a flop, and just get away cheaply on a non-ace high board. Really thinking this one through, and I can't say I blame him. 75 big blind effective, 4-bet pot under the gun V button. Not the easiest spots to navigate, especially with ace king O. Nice fold, sir.
Wow.
Nice fold.
Henry, what am I watching?
I
Just
mean,
the
take
level
a
of
bow.
play. Can they see each other's cards? I mean, I'm looking at the cards and I might not have folded. That is such a good fold and just shows how tuned in Dennis is there.
Play this one somewhat sneakily. Very deceptive from the ace king, and it's allowed Kim to peel from the small, and Now Kitty in the big, closing the action. So a three-way affair, a four-way affair here. Not often you see 4 players going to the flop, just 10 off the money. It's Kitty that's flopped best on the queen 9-7. Kim with the gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Chen with the 2 overs, backdoor hearts. UUC Tsai going to continue. Chen beats him to the pot. We're going 4 ways to a turn, Vidor, surely.
Wait, what?
Kim's called. Now Kitty with top pair.
I understand Chen calling. I certainly do not understand Kim calling with the gut shot to the dummy end of the straight, as they call it. And now actually Kim picks up the flush draw as well to go along with it. The 8s have turned into a straight draw in themselves. Kitty still has the best hand with top pair. And the ace-king suited has...
UUC Tsai just fire it again. Picks up 3 calls on the flop. 10 of diamonds on the turn. He's like, you know what, boys and girls? I'm here for it.
He's drawing bet to the 6, excuse me.
Oh, hang on. Wow, I thought Chen was cutting out a raise there.
Look at that. Along for the ride.
Wow, this is absolutely bonkers.
Kim is finally confused, realizing that he has enough equity to try and actually peel off a diamond on the river, maybe.
Yeah, has to be concerned that his 8 would no longer be good, as it would be the lower end of the straight. Well, those diamonds feel live. Kitty folds the best hand.
As it turns out, by the way, the 8 would be good.
Can't say I blame her either. The backdoor diamonds, what do you know? Kim with the loose pill on the flop 4 ways. 162,000 in the middle.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Tsai with the pocket 8s. Not often you get to bet into 3 players twice.
Why you keep a take on my clothes?
This could have all been
I said you keep a take on my clothes.
avoided pre-flop for Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the 8s may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean, the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Came after just flat calling the ace-king. Getting 3-bet out of position with the ace-queen. Does have the best hand. There are some good things that could happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the 2 remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having some showdown, some outs as well in case he's behind.
Wow.
And there we go.
Just max pressure on the bubble from Kim. I don't think Chen can get away from this. Looks like he's check jammed.
先暂停，先数。
The bet was for 73,000. It's just an out of line pot, out of nowhere. Look at
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Summer Series, coming to you live here from Hanoi. My name is Vidar Singhal and I'm joined by my co-commentator Henry Kilbane. As we come back from dinner break to the main event, let me just give you an update of where we left while these highlights play from earlier on. 89 players left in this main event, 581 entries. 87 of them will be in the money. So we're down to the bubble, almost at the stone bubble as they say. What are the players playing for? Well, the prize pool, smashing the guarantee. 17 billion plus Vietnamese dong. That's good for over 720,000 USD. And of course, everybody playing for that massive first place prize of 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong. That's good for 145,000 US dollars. I am joined by Henry Kilbane, as I said. We will be cutting to the action very shortly, but what matters most is that we're 2 away from the money. That means things are as tense as they get. We are playing hand for hand. If you were with us before the break, you might remember we were maybe trying to get to the money before dinner break. We did not. So as we come back, we will be going hand to hand. We'll be cutting to the action on the floor during the bubble, trying to keep you updated as to what's happening. We do have our next feature table lined up as well. Seeing some familiar faces here on the screen in the highlights from earlier. Kunal Patni from India. One of the few eliminations on the feature table in front as well, Pham Dui An. And as we head into the remainder of the field and the outer tables, let me welcome my co-commentator, Henry. Henry, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Just hearing you reiterate the prize pool and the guarantee and, you know, the first place prize. As a poker fan, firstly, you know, just seeing what the APT is doing, man. I mean, this is this isn't a 5K, this isn't a 10K. You know, we're like hitting these guarantees and these prize pools is it's life changing, and it's just amazing to be a part of.
Absolutely, as you correctly mentioned, smashing the 12 billion Vietnamese dong guarantee, bumping up the prize pool to 17.17 or 17.7 rather billion Vietnamese dong, 720,000 USD. Like I said, 145,000 USD. Life changing is certainly the best way to describe a first place finish. I mean, we were looking at some real sickos, some local heroes and superstars of poker on each of the feature tables we've covered so far. And you look up their Hendon mobs, I mean, very, very impressive scores, somewhere between 200,000, 500,000, sometimes almost $1 million USD in total lifetime earnings. But what a dent, what an increase, or what a sometimes multiplier that 145,000 USD score would be of the first place finish here. Of course, the name of the game right now is to make it to the money. Of course, the best players and the ones with big stacks are looking to maximize their lead, really try to give themselves and put themselves in the best position to win that first place prize, as we see the feature table being formed here. But the tensions are high, and Henry, this is my favorite part of the tournament, at least at this stage.
Yeah.
The bubble, man.
I love it. I honestly love it. Like, you know, it's heartbreaking to a certain degree, but it's what we all sign up for. At the end of the day, someone's got to go home empty-handed, man, and you've been grinding for a couple of days. You've been telling your friends and family, posting on socials that you're closing in on the money, and, you know, it's crunch time. It really is crunch time.
Yeah, and 55 million Vietnamese dong would be a hefty return on that 35 million buy-in. And of course, more importantly, you want to stay in the running for that first place finish. But a small reprieve, perhaps the weakest consolation prize on offer for whoever goes home, would be the players' party. That kicks off in about 2 hours tonight. We are playing down to the end of level 20. As you can see on your screen, we're at level 17, so that's 4 levels from now, or down to 48 players, whichever comes first. So we're at 89 players left. The pace of play was slow coming into the bubble, as you expect. We are hand for hand right now. We are trying to hit that bubble, get in the money, 87 players. But I do expect some of those soldiers to start falling quickly once they've made the money, and let's see how that goes. Meanwhile, we are looking at the feature table. As usual, Henry, I love to highlight that diversity as well as the local representation on our feature table. I can look at the list here in front of me. 3 representatives from Vietnam, the local contingent, but also Russia, Japan, Singapore, and even France. Love it when Europe is in the mix. And when I say France, and look at that person on the screen, Mr. Elke, a.k.a. Bertrand Grospellier.
Absolute legend of the game. And yeah, he's been a big supporter of the APT, you know. Close friends, obviously, with some of the team and showing up to just show his support. I want to say in Da Nang, I believe, where we first met, he kind of like showed up Reg Day 2 and then was grinding a short stack for most of the day. So nice to see him with a bit of a stack here and maybe able to show us, you know, what he can do with a deep stack.
Yeah, well, he's certainly in the right position to make the money if he so desires, but we know Elke. He's going for all of it, so I'm very curious to see what he does. I think you mentioned him showing up to Phu Quoc a couple of months ago, in fact.
Oh, Phu Quoc, that's right.
Yeah, and more importantly than perhaps his presence at the table and his play at the table in Phu Quoc, man, what a presence at the players' party. Always willing to do selfies, to just mix it up on the dance floor. And I believe Greg, our fellow co-host, Greg Goes All In, actually got him to do the GG dance that he does today. So just an absolute legend, man. Like, always up for having some fun. And let me just pause myself for a moment. Looking at the screen, Kings versus Queen on the bubble. Can this be right? Oh, my lord.
Oh, here we go. Looking at these stack depths, I mean, we may have one of the bubble victims right here.
What a tough situation. Kings on the bubble is actually not as comfortable as you might think. 56 big blinds. Good thing is he does have his opponent covered, but if and when these chips go in the middle from the seed 8 player, Yong Kui Chua, Lester on seed 2 with the queens is going to have a sick decision to make.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating dynamic on the bubble. I would love to see a jam from Yong, and it feels kind of weird, right? Like, you've got kings, maybe you don't want to fold out weaker hands, but also just leaning into that leveling kind of aspect where you're the player that covers, you're meant to be doing the bullying. So maybe, just maybe, get him to cool off lighter than he normally would.
Yeah, that's a great point in favor of putting the chips in the middle, and that is indeed what he does. And how sick is this?
Small 3-bet from Leicester. Yeah, this is as cold as it gets.
Wow. Can Leicester find the hero fold on the bubble here? 2 away from the money. We are hand for hand, and we get kings versus queens on the feature table. Anybody watching in chat had stepped out during the dinner break, perhaps turned off the stream or kept it in the background. Let this be the moment you wake up and come back to it, because things are getting spicy. I guess the question is queens even a fold here? I mean, you mentioned the leveling war, Henry. The point is, there are a lot of ace-x hands that might be doing this as a bluff, really pushing you around.
It's so tough, man.
We are 2 players.
I don't really know how to break it down simplistically, but
APT Summer Series Hanoi main event, Grand Loyal.
looks like we have an
Andy
alpha table all in.
A classic flip ace-king versus queens
queen of clubs.
on the bubble.
We had to reposition the fish.
Grant Gardner, the one with the queens, having called off, has his opponent covered.
Flop is 8-9 jack, 2 clubs. The pocket queens are the only one with a club, and they picked up a gut shot to the 10s. We're looking for an ace or a king for Andy here in order to double through. Turn card, please.
Queens ahead so far. King on the turn.
King of spades.
Straight for Grant.
Neil's having a good old time.
We're going to get top 2 for Andy. He's going to double through.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, I was just trying to say a straight draw is what I meant, of course. And
we have another all
the queens hold up. Excuse me, the ace-king holds up after hitting the king. I think it's getting a little confusing out there, Henry.
It is the bubble.
Indeed. Look at that shot. The cameraman speeding towards the all-in table, I assume.
C5 here is all in. That's.
I recognize the all-in player. That's Ashish Menon, another Indian superstar.
Put him on the backs, please. Ace Queen, Ace of Clubs.
C5, Ace Queen for Menon.
Asisha is at risk and behind Ace Queen against Ace King. Dealer.
Ace
flop,
King
please.
for seat 7. Menon Betrix, I believe, is the name of the player. So 89 left. This is to see who gets out. 89th and a king right there on the flop. Rainbow board. Gonna need a miracle runner. Or Ashish will be out 89th.
Or running straight cards for Asisha. Let's see the turn card, please. The 9 of hearts, and that's going to do a drawing dead.
There we go.
Please. It is a jack.
So to clarify,
congratulations, we are now on the stone bubble, everybody. So we have
exactly as
players.
Neil Johnson just said.
You will all cash here.
88 players left. Ashish out, 2 away from the money in 89th place, and we are now officially on the stone bubble. 1 player walks away with nothing. Everybody else guaranteed 55 million Vietnamese dong. And of course, a dream
a table, dealers. Please
for 145,000 US up top. That's 3.4 billion Vietnamese dong.
Well, that leads me to believe that the queens found the fold pre-flop.
Great point. Absolutely. We cut away from the feature table because somebody was all in. And if the queens had decided to go all in, of course, Neil would be rushing over to cover that. So what a great fold there by Leicester with the queens. I mean, a 6 spot, and if and when he looks up the stream, he will be happy to know he made one of the tougher decisions of all time.
Guys, once again, we are breaking a table, so please sit tight. Do keep in mind, this is a stone cold bubble. If we have multiple eliminations at multiple tables, will be a split for last place money. Otherwise, 2 players going broke at the same table, we will take a chip count to determine placing. Again, there's 88 players left in the field. Again, we're going to get the players situated from the broken table.
The stone cold bubble, they called it. I like that.
The stone cold bubble. Yeah, I mean, the Queens, man, is such an interesting spot in theory. Like, you're playing a live tournament with a mixture of professionals, but heavily weighted towards the recreational side. It's just like, yes, the ace-4s and the ace-5s are going to be in there, but how often do we see that? Like, how often have we commentated on a 4-bet at an APT with like an ace-4 or an ace-5? It's just so uncommon. And also given, you know, the structure of the tournament as well, like the levels are super lengthy. If there's ever a time to just find like a really disciplined fold, I don't know. It's easy to say when you can see the cards, obviously, but...
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, ultimately, what you don't want to be up against is also ace-king, which could be a holding there. And it's almost negative EV to be flipping with queens here, so... Great fold there against a hand that absolutely had him dominated. One of two holdings, really, that could do that. But, yeah, we might be biased too, Henry, you know. If he had jacks in seat 8 and was muscling him around, we might be singing a different tune. As it happens, Lester made an absolutely incredible fold.
Yeah, world-class. World-class fold.
Love seeing Elke on the screen, by the way. Just something about his presence. If you met him in person or just seen him play poker through multiple decades now, you know what a fun presence he is, no matter where he goes. Not just in his vibe and his look, his dancing skills. Just an all-around nice guy as well.
Yeah, he's a he's a character, man. He's been in the industry for a very long time. Super chill dude, always happy, like you said, to take pictures and spend time with, you know, fans and whatnot. Fun guy to be around. He can party as well, dude. Like, he'd definitely drink me under the table.
Yeah. He looks like he could drink you under the table, Henry. No offense, but something about the vibe that gave that away. So back to the feature table. We have hand for hand going on, so we're going to play a hand. Something exciting happens on the outer table. Our amazing production team will immediately cut to it. Elke getting busy with the Jack-3 suit at 12 big blinds. Makes the call from the small blind. Looks to see what his opponent does. Flops to pair. Quick lead out. Chua doesn't have anything to write home about.
Yeah, this is an interesting one where you probably want to mix. Like on the bubble, I think just betting yourself achieves a lot. Also denying some equity. But with a hand as strong as like 2-pair, I wouldn't hate mixing in some checks as well and just get young with like 7 high to start putting money in the middle.
Yeah, that's a great point considering Yong just picked up the chips from Lester with the 4-bet. Definitely could look like Yong might be tempted to lead out in position there, but Elke just takes it down. Super comfortable now. Will be cashing. Will be getting that APT main event cash in his hand and mob. You'll love to see it after all the support he's shown.
What we got going on over here?
I think we might be covering this table just in case something exciting happens. I don't see an all-in yet.
Yeah. No, but there is a big cutout of blue chips in front of seat 1.
Sees the fold and the cameraman moves on. What a great way to experience this beautiful poker room, by the way.
Cameraman's getting paid overtime. He's getting paid per step.
All in. Or no, just showdown. Love to see those smiles. Probably a lot of comfort right on the bubble there for the shorter stack. Seat 7.
Never easy. It's the short stack on a bubble.
Elke is just chilling now, going around the room. We are hand for hand, which means you have to wait for every table to finish. I believe we have about, we do the math here, 7 or maybe 8 tables going right now.
All right, tournament dealers, please shuffle up a deal.
There we go, next hand.
Deal one hand.
Rush back to the seat, Elke. Time to deal one hand. You see the lovely poker room. We're here live. Grand Loyal Poker Club. Located at the Grand Vista Hotel. A lot of us staying in this hotel, by the way, and the convenience of just walking down to the poker room. I mean, it's like being in Vegas, except in Vietnam. How cool is that?
So what's the general vibe been like then?
Yeah, man, absolutely amazing. You know, just everybody's just buzzing, and like I said, a lot of people in the hotel. So 2 floors is the key here. 2 floors having been taken over by the Grand Loyal Poker Club. There's a lot of movement, you know, between the 2nd and 3rd floor where we're located. Everybody meeting in the elevators, in the elevator banks, and then, of course, saying hi to everybody you know across the different rooms. But the main event is, of course, the key, and things have been super exciting. So as we approach this bubble, I feel like a lot of tension will suddenly be released.
Yeah, definitely. I know exactly what you mean. It is definitely the most tense part because, you know, the high rollers, yes, they're bigger buy-ins, but ultimately don't have as many entries, whereas everyone's kind of invested in the main event. They all know what's going on, and it can be very tense.
At the same time, it's been super fun as well. It's just the environment. And you know how it is at the APT, Henry. The side events are just so fun. Across different buy-in ranges. I believe we have the No Limit Hold'em Crazy Pineapple today. I really want to check that out on break. See what kind of shenanigans those players get up to. Of course, if you bubble the main event, it's always sad. But over the course of the day, we've had multiple eliminations. I'm sure most of those players jumped right into some fun side event as we close out the day with the players' party today. Maybe another tension release is the players' party today. Free food, free drinks. What more could you want?
There we go. That looks like, what's this? An open and a call. So the jam from the big blind, the short stack?
Yeah, I believe so. The all-in triangle in front of the big stack. That would be, once again, seat 7 being all in, the short stack, who we saw breathe a sigh of relief last time around. The cameras came around here. An action on seat 4, or seat 3 rather, deciding whether to call or not.
Green chips are 25k, blue chips are 5k, I assume. Yellow chips are 1k.
So 15k ahead. Yeah, I mean, this jam is for about 45. Getting pretty decent pot outs to call. I'm guessing the hand isn't that good. Seat 7 covering her face for tells, maybe? Or just nerves?
Or a mix of both. So we are obviously just waiting for confirmation from the floor.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's big time bubble time. We have 88 players left, 2 all-ins. One over here, we're going to go first. We have Urena all-in, covered by Min. Let's see him, please.
Are you laughing at his game show tenor?
Urena shows.
Yeah, it's
pocket
fantastic.
kings, king of diamonds, king of spades.
Big time, bubble time. Let's go.
Min
Queen
has
5
queen
calls it off.
5 of diamonds.
Really
Pocket
great shape.
kings against queen 5 of diamonds. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. Jack, 10,
Not much of a
no
sweat.
diamonds.
Some
Urena's
backdoors,
still
but
in
that's
the
really
lead.
about it. Great flop for
Let's
kings.
see the turn card. That's the ace of clubs.
That's
now
it.
he's drawing dead, as they've been discussing. All right, river card, please. Urena's going to double up.
Drawing dead, a king, of course, would give a full house.
The king comes, it just fills Urena up. There we go. All right, we're going to wander over to the next one, please.
Smiles once again, caught this time in a much tighter shot. Love to see it. The small stack doubles up. Still on the stone bubble. Fist bumps and some photos. Well, we spoke about tension releasing, and how's that for a tension release, Henry? All in on the stone bubble.
Yeah.
Get the double up.
I mean, that's money well spent right there. You get the real sweat, and you get to double up.
If that doesn't get your heart pumping, I don't know what does. Neil just walking his way across the room, and our cameraman doing a great job falling. Peter Kiem is now the man, not at risk, I believe. He's the one calling off.
Covered by Kim.
Oh, he is the person at risk, and he's covered by Jong
All right,
Wook
let's see.
Kim.
Oh, no. I was going to call for the flop. Give it a big sweat, wouldn't it? All right, let's see the cards. Ace King.
Ace King for
Against
Peter
Ace
Kiem
King.
versus
Why are y'all
Ace King.
So unhappy? There's suits. Ace King suited in hearts for our at-risk player. Ace of spades, King of clubs for our caller. All right, dealer, let's see what happens. Keep it bloody, according to Peter. There's a club, All right, tiny bit of a sweat if we see a club on the turn. Otherwise, this is sound and fury signifying nothing. Turn
Free
card.
roll for Kim for the clubs.
Jack of spades. Everybody go back about your business. I mean, on the river cards, a 3. It was really exciting.
Neil milking even chops into good
All
content.
right, Lloyd, are we ready to go again?
It's
All right, shuffle up the
fantastic.
deal. One more hand, everybody.
One more. I mean, 10 tables, 9, excuse me. Or perhaps 8, in fact, and we had 3 all-ins. It's wild.
Still on the stone bubble. That short stack double up. The kings against the queen 5. Honestly, if I get shown the queen 5 of diamonds there, I'm just putting my backpack on. I'm already halfway out the door.
Oh, pessimist, huh?
I'm just like, all right, this is how it is meant to go down.
How about opening queen 5 to the 2.5x to begin with? Really trying to make the most of the stone bubble. 10s for Elke, and this man is not worried about the bubble. Let's it go! Color me surprised, Henry.
Wow. That's an incredibly tight fold from Elke.
I'm in shock. The chip
Looking
leader,
to
the one with
preserve. Yeah.
the... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, just like, doesn't really want to flat. So it's like jam or fold, opting to fold, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? 10s is actually the hand you always discuss when talking about equities during the bubble. We often say it's actually correct to fold 10s, just because you don't want to be all in against hands that are forced to call you off when you have a short stack. Hands like even ace-x, sometimes queen 5 as we just saw. But given that it was the chip leader, overwhelming chip leader, in T. Joie, I believe you'd say, when opening it up in late-ish position.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see the quick release too. I think Elke just came in with a plan of cashing this one.
Come in for the cash and then spin the wheel once the bubbles burst. I like it.
And the
That's a fun
backdoor
turn,
draw
gosh.
comes in too. Quick check from the king 4. Chua eyeing his chips. Pretty surprised to see that as well, considering opens himself up to getting raised. Seems to have sensed some
Yeah,
weakness.
I know what you mean. You're kind of worried you pick up the draw, but at the same time, like Queen 9 doesn't have that much showdown. So betting and just taking down the pot now is obviously great, and then we just still have equity going to the river.
Oh, there you go. It actually checks top pair on the river. I think you might have nailed the strategy there, but it totally worked out in this case. Picks up the pot. Actually gets up to above 70 big blinds. Super comfortable, putting himself in a good position to make a deep, deep run here. So that wraps up the hand on our feature table. We are still hand for hand. So we look at the chip counts. 256k for seat 1 Yamamoto. Middle of the pack there. 568 for the chip leader. T. Joie win, seat 6. All in here. I believe this is table 12.
Spinning the wheel once more. I want to say in Taipei it took us like 2 hands to get into the money.
Yeah, that's right. And we had the 3 simultaneous all-ins. And I think 2 of them busted.
That's right.
What happens then is you actually share the bubble prize.
Has Greg been hitting the gym? Greg's been going to the gym, bro.
Yeah, that's true. This is the first time I'm seeing him without his blazer. Seeing the guns out.
Guns out on the bubble. So I do believe the all-in and the call has been made, looking at the chips in front of both players. So we're just waiting for the hands on all the other tables to complete.
That is correct, and I really do feel for the short stack in that scenario. You just have to sit there waiting to hear the good or bad news, and then waiting for the run out that's going to determine your fate.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if you got aces. If you have aces, then, you know, you just got to face the poker gods.
It's tough to have aces is the problem. That's my problem with poker.
I don't think I've ever been dealt aces before.
And you know my problem with PLOs? I always have aces. It's such a pain. It costs me so much.
Yeah. I know.
Everybody just circling the table with the all-in player. Scavengers. Referring, of course, to most of our team here. Neil, Victor Chong, Greg at the back. Just want to see the pain up close, you know. Talk about high tension. I mean, seat 8, I believe. Yeah, we don't have the information yet, but we will be getting that soon. But has to be really feeling the tension. I can see it.
All right, everybody, we have an all-in call over here.
There we go.
12. I have Junyob from South Korea, all-in against Daniel from New Zealand.
There we see
Let's see
it.
him on there, please, gentlemen.
Junyob Song
Ace
from South
for
Korea.
Daniel.
Ace King for
Queen.
Daniel Francis. Seat 1, the shorter stack. Junyob Song dominated with Ace Queen.
Ace of Clubs, Queen of Hearts for our at-risk player against Ace of Hearts, King of Clubs.
That is a brutal reveal for the all-in
Let's see
player,
the flop,
Junyob
please.
Song. This could be it. Needs a queen.
King in the window.
King right in the
Ay-ya.
window.
Tray of clubs. Daniel is out flop. To clubs does sit with our all. Turn card, please.
Needs a runner out, or this could be over.
Turn is.
It
spades.
is
That's
over.
what I'm drawing dead. River card, please. A round of applause.
A sad finish
Congratulations, you have cashed
for
the main
Junior
event
Song,
here
but
at Summer
applause
Series North
all
at
around the
Grand
floor,
Royal.
as does happen when everybody else makes the money. GG, sir, Mr. Junior Song on the bubble, but for everybody else, congratulations for being in the money here at the main event at the APT Summer Series in
All
Hanoi.
right, once again, all tournament players,
As
as
we
you guys
end
heard,
hand
you
to
guys are
hand.
officially in the money. From here on out, guys, out of hand for hand, first one out, first one paid. If you get eliminated, please
There
do not
we
leave
go.
the table right away. Once again, bound via the Insurance Poker Tour and Grand Loyal. Wish you all good luck. Tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal. Congratulations, guys.
That release that you were talking about, Vidor, just immediately the energy in the room, like even here from afar, just different vibe, man. They're in the money. Now they can focus on the 145K
All
up
right, once again, all
top
tournament players,
and
if you
just
get
grinding it
eliminated,
out.
please do not leave your table straight
Absolutely.
away.
I mean, there is no downside from here in a way. You know, you've got a great return on your time, on your investment.
This is
You
we
have
assign
that
you to a
score to talk
payout.
about.
Payouts
Now you can
are
just look.
upstairs.
It's all gravy up from here.
At registration, you will be able to claim your payout straight away.
And
So
by
again,
the way,
first
Henry,
one out, first
I
one
have
paid.
just been informed we have a bubble protection as sort of a consolation prize for
Okay.
our bubble boy. And it's going to be super exciting. In about 10 minutes, they're going to be drawing out of 8 envelopes. And they can win multiple things, including a main event ticket money back, which would be about 35 million VND. That would be a great outcome, of course. But also tickets to other events, other side events happening here. How fun.
I love that. I really love that. It kind of gives me WSOP vibes, you know, the stone bubble. Whoever goes home gets entry next year. And also just making it, you know, kind of a mystery bounty, if you will. How about this for a flop, though, by the way?
Wow.
Top pair v top pair. Outpipped by 1.
And we've just hit the bubble, so I can see a lot of chips going in here. Both players going to be comfortable. Of course, Ace-King feeling pretty good. And a check raise from the King-Queen suited. Music to the ears of Lee Van Dien with top here. Really tough for the big blind to have. Well, certainly not 7 deuce. King 7, King deuce also pretty unlikely. And the check raise does seem to imply a drawing hand more often than not. And look at this. A 3-bet on the flop. Something very rare. You do expect the Ace-King to simply flat, keep the bluffs in the mix. Instead, sort of showcasing the strength of his hand here. Does have the Ace of Hearts as well. Not sure what he expects.
Yeah, I'm pretty
his opponent
surprised at this.
Yeah, same here.
I do love the quirkiness of the flop 3-bet, but I think you just fold out everything you have absolutely crushed. Like all the weaker King X. King Queen, though, is still incredibly tough to get away from, although this is +1 against big blinds, so obviously Lee Van Dien can still have kings, aces, ace-king.
Maybe a set of 7s. I mean, that's one hand it might make sense to do this with when you unblock all the kings. But with the board as locked up as ace-king, Lee Van Dien has found a way to 3-bet on the flop and get his opponent to continue with a worse hand. Quite an accomplishment. Now he has less than a 1-pot ratio behind. Pretty good card on the turn for ace-king versus king-queen. Bit of a blank. 7 shouldn't really be in anybody's range, and to the extent pocket 7s was in the range of Lee Van Dien, it's now way less likely.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. 7x should really be of no concern.
A check, a trap on the turn. This is FPS, fancy play syndrome at its max. It's worked out so far, but the question is, does Dien miss out on some value with this river here?
Looks
A
like
block.
a blockish sizing coming in.
A 1/10 pot block. Instantly called. I don't know about that hand. What an interesting line, but did manage to get maybe a 50% increase in his chip stack there. With the ace-king versus king-queen on the king-high board. Interesting outcome. And I think Win is going to be okay with that result. Didn't really lose the minimum per se, but yeah.
Yeah, I think Lee Van Dien definitely missed some value on the turn there. I know we can always be guilty of being scared of the monsters under the bed, but you have ace king, you've been check raised on the flop, you've 3-bet, like, unless we're up against quad sevens, in either case we should just be going home.
Yeah, especially if it's right after the bubble. It's like an added incentive to like go for it. You have min cashed, now you should have your eye on the prize, but does manage to add his about 100k to his stack there. So we hadn't had a chance to really introduce most of the players at our feature table. I did mention the many nationalities. We will of course do that, apart from Elky, by the way, who we did discuss. The legend, the gamer who moved to Korea to play StarCraft and now became a poker legend. Yonghui Zhua, who had kings versus queens on the bubble, now wakes up with queens in the hijack. He's a player from Singapore. No action.
Yeah, it always feels bad. Late position, pick up a monster. But yeah, the diversity, man, of the APTs. I mean, we saw it obviously in Taipei. A lot stronger showing from the Vietnamese contingent here, obviously on home soil, but still having such a diverse field. I wonder what, like, the correct line would be on someone from Vietnam taking down the main event.
Yeah, it's a great question, Henry, particularly because I have now started to observe the familiar Vietnamese faces across the multiple events that we've covered.
Yeah.
Ranging from Da Nang to Phu Quoc, and not just in Vietnam, but also in Taiwan. And yeah, man, some of these Vietnamese guys, they're just absolute crushers. I had Mr. Khan at the feature table when we kicked off day 2 today. Very familiar presence now. Has had maybe 4 or 5 cashes, and all of them like podium finishes multiple times in the main events here at the APT. I definitely cannot imagine a final table without Vietnamese representation. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
the line would be
100%.
like 30-40%, something like that. Something
I'd
great.
say so. Especially their play style as well, man. Like they really go for it. Like the Vietnamese, especially on home soil, they can get after it. So it's a double-edged sword, you know. You either bow out early or you end up having all the chips going to the final table, and more often than not, we have some Vietnamese player with heaps.
Yeah, if I had to sum it up, I'd say fearless. Which you'd love to see in poker.
Elky's got all the patches. Natural 8, GG, APT.
And why not?
I'm trying to think, like, lifetime, if I had to guess how many hours of poker Elky has played.
Yeah, and I don't even know if hours would be the right metric, because I remember learning about Elky in maybe the late 2000s, early 2010s, when he'd just be grinding like 32 tables thanks to his insane hand-eye coordination from his gamer days.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely one of the true OG legends left in the game.
Standard open with the ace-queen off from the cutoff. Less of a standard defense from the small blind. King 7 suited. Understandable
It's
nonetheless.
actually not to dig a hole for either of us, but this is actually something I've been looking into quite a bit recently. And you see a lot more flatting from like King 7, King 6, King 8 suited from the small than you'd actually expect. I was pretty surprised when I first saw it because I'd seen some great poker minds doing stuff like this. And then similarly to you, just kind of be a bit confused as to why. And when you look at the solvers, it's actually pretty common. In fact, you could argue it's like a standard pill
Very
at
interesting.
30 bigs.
Very, very interesting. Certainly something I want to look into. Would justify my extremely loose play a little bit more.
That's always a good case, man. If you can ever justify playing a little bit looser and just point to the solver as a justification, it always feels good. Wow.
Thinks the king on the
ball,
river.
corner pocket. Teach me. It's a fun card to actually check if you think about it. Like, it's a card that should hit your opponent more so than you. So when you do river like a very disguised top pair, I'm actually quite a big fan of this check because you're never folding.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Wow. Oh, I thought he said all in. He's gone for the overbet.
What a great bet. I mean, you just said you're never folding with the king, and certainly when you bink top pair on the river on a relatively clean board that went the way it did. Wow, and he shows the king and folds. I am so not in favor of doing this. I mean, what a confidence booster. To the man who got the laydown there. That is amazing.
Yeah.
The fact that he showed the king is just... Oh, here we go. We're with the Bubble Boy, as I had mentioned. There's going to be a draw. I think Neil is not that audible, so let me just clarify to the best of my knowledge of what's happening here. 8 envelopes to choose from. At least one of them contains 35 million VND effectively because he gets his buy-in back. And then multiple entries to other tournaments in the series. Let's see. Okay, it's a ticket, I believe. Oh, congratulations, you won. Nothing clear yet. What a tease.
Okay.
What a tease.
Slow roll.
A micro main ticket.
There we go.
GG, sir, GG.
There we go.
That's a good consolation prize. Taking it with a smile. Very, very cool.
Yeah, 100%, man. If I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say the micro main has like healthy 5 figures up top.
Yeah,
So
for
getting
sure. I
a
mean,
free entry into that.
they call it the micro main for a reason. Like, it gets big. It's awesome.
Yeah. Love to see that.
Elke not taking the 3-bet spot considering the open was from under the gun +1. Defense king jack suited. Nothing on the flop to write home about. Checks to the razor. Who checks behind?
Yeah, I guess given Elke's stack depth, somewhat concerned of a check jam in the form of like a stop and go. Opting to just check back with his king queen.
Well, as it happens, Elke is pipped. Has to decide whether to turn his hand into a bluff. Checks, and I suspect a check behind as well. Takes the showdown with the king queen. Is going to be happy to see the king jack. Ugly one to lose for Elke, but fair result, I suppose.
It's pretty surreal. Like, you know, if we think back to the bubble about the Kings v Queens hand where the Queens ended up making the fold, those kind of spots that you just saw now really do justify taking passive lines in a lot of spots. And the reason I say that is because if you're just allowed to show down King Queen there, you know, like no resistance whatsoever across future streets, it makes a lot of sense taking the lower variance route in a lot of these spots with marginal holdings. Obviously not saying that Queens is a marginal holding, but you kind of get what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah.
you're just going to get to realize a lot more equity, even post-flop in spots where you just shouldn't. And I think that's one of the biggest appeals of the APT is just, it really is grassroots poker, open to all, and you're going to be able to take a lot of your hands to showdown without facing any resistance rather than taking like a 30 big blind flip spot.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I definitely agree with you, and I think pointing out the fact that this is related to the structure at the APT is a great point as well, because it means that there's actually some advantage to really studying the structure, perhaps having some experience with it, thinking about what it means. I do want to get back to that, but let's get back to the action. Once again, small blind versus big blind. We saw this earlier with Elki and Chua. This time, King 9 limped. The raise from Chua and Elki finds a great fold, really. I mean, firstly, King 9 could easily have jammed at that stack depth. Somehow, Elki finds the limp, followed by the fold from the raise. Once again, color me confused and color me impressed. What just happened?
Yeah, bravo, Elki. Certainly a spot where a lot of us maybe go broke.
I think that's the other thing about being a poker pro, a poker legend, just somebody who's just all around super talented at the game. Just the patience is just innate, you know? You're just waiting for best spots. Coming back to the discussion, speaking of best spots, of what you were talking about, Henry, I couldn't agree more. The Queens versus Kings is honestly like such an edge case. But as you said, yeah, you might want to think about sort of the butterfly effect of simply surviving as opposed to taking the marginal equity. I do relate it sometimes to these heads up, push, fold, push, shove charts that we have. You know, where they literally tell you what is plus EV to push. And so let's say you have something like Queen Deuce suited, 12 big blinds, it might be an all-in. But, you know, I don't know how I feel about that, because I think it should be completely opponent-dependent. You know, of course, it is GTO correct, but what about the 10 other opportunities your opponent will give you to take bigger EV spots?
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, man. And you get some people that are just like so stuck in their ways because something is like plus EV, but it's like, yeah, it's plus EV against the computer. You're playing against the human. Yeah, you got to be willing to adjust. And I think if you look at some of the greatest players, like Daniel Negreanu is someone that really comes to mind for this. Like, he is happy to make ridiculous folds. He's not afraid of looking stupid because he trusts his willingness and read to adjust so much and so well that he'll just make spots that to most of us just look insane, look easy.
Yeah, after the years of experience, that is exactly the attitude I would expect him to have. Meanwhile, Elki does go all in with his 10 bigs and runs into the 9s of Chua on the button. It's going to be in rough shape. Chua is certainly going to be calling this off. Bit frustrating for Elki to have been this patient, dodged all these bullets. Still has a shot. 30% equity against the 9s. And Chua, apart from cashing the main event and having the stack to make a deep run, could have a great story to go back home with of eliminating the great Bertrand Grospellier. Elki at risk. Smiling as always. Wow. Finds the chop flop. 11 outs. A diamond is not good. Gives it, and an ace on the river, scoops it.
Hello, Barry.
casual smile, the old Barry Greenstein. I think Elkie saw the camera come towards him, gave the reaction. Chua taken with a smile, you'll love to see it. And we get to keep Elkie around. Not something the table wants, not just keeping him around, but with 23 bigs now. Can make his presence felt on this table. Listen, I hate to say it, Henry, but I was rooting for Elkie. And I can't help but love the fact that he stuck around.
You know, just to give you guys like a bit of insight into Elkie's character. So I bumped into him in the lobby at Triton in Cyprus. I was like, hey man, how's it going? He's like, you know what, Henry? I feel really lucky today. I was like, oh, okay, why is that? He's like, I don't know, I just woke up feeling really lucky, so I'm going to go play the 100K. I was like, you know what, Elkie? I can't wait to get to a point where when I'm feeling lucky, I just flick in the 100K, you know?
What a beast. What a beast. If I was playing 100K, it would be on my calendar 3 years in advance.
Yeah, he just woke up and he was like, I'm feeling lucky today. And that reaction that you saw from Elkie there, that's the, I think it's the running hot emote or emoji or on Natural 8 and GG.
Ah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, it's a classic.
A walking meme.
He is fantastic. Those memes are so good.
Our chip leader's in the hand. That's T. Joa Wen. Do want to highlight her, an absolute crusher, $682,000 in total earnings, 7th on the Vietnam all-time money list.
There we go.
Biggest cash so far, 76,000. Looking to almost double that here.
That is quite the accomplishment.
Absolute cruise control here. I mean, 100 big blind stack at this stage is just so dominating.
Yeah, just even having the awareness there to stab flop once check to with the sevens, no spade. Just realizing that in position, she's going to be able to really lean into her opponent across multiple streets. And those monotone straight board textures are just so difficult to defend against, especially out of position. Certainly want to keep an eye on.
Totally. I did look up her hand mob, Henry, and you'd be amazed to know that she is in fact yet to get a trophy. With over 680K in earnings.
Wow.
Well, this could be the one.
Coming up short. The final hurdle.
Lester found the fold with the queens on the bubble. Folds on the button. All in with Jack 7. Against the 11 big blind stack of Evgeny Nekrasov. Evgeny, by the way, another crusher from Russia, approaching 800,000 in tournament earnings. In fact, with this min cash, will be crossing 800,000. Queen 6, I'm sure he knows the math in terms of when and what he's supposed to call off. Queen 6 just about doesn't make the cut. Good on Jialang Wen for finding that aggressive shove there with the Jack 7 off. Technically right on the margin in terms of shoving ranges, but applies the pressure, gets it through.
So the plan of play is what, level 20 or 48 left?
That's correct. Any guesses on what comes first, Henry?
What's the average stack? That was what, 20 minutes left, 25 minutes left on the clock? So what, we're 36 players away? I don't know, man. I think it's going to be close, you know. I think it's a really good line.
Yeah, I think it is close. So we have about 3.5 levels to go. It's a long time. I would suspect 48 comes first, just because I expect plenty of eliminations after the bubble. But as we've seen from our table, people like Elky are just hanging around. managing to find the Barry to stick around.
It's funny you do the accent. The actor's name was what? John Malkovich?
That's right.
Yeah, from Rounders. I was watching an interview with Matt Damon about the casting for that role. Obviously, talking about Teddy KGB from Rounders, and Malkovich's entire like accent and everything was just completely thought of on the spot. Like, this is something that he just came up with. And when he first put on the voice, Matt Damon's response just like no, this just isn't it. Like, what on earth are you doing? kind of thing. But then when he first did like the first shot, the first take, he got a massive round of applause from like the entire production crew, and it kind of made Matt Damon like question his own perspective on the entire accent, where he was like, well, okay, if everyone else is clapping, then maybe I'm in the wrong. And obviously he then went on to just become like a legendary character in the movie. But the funniest part was John Malkovich picked up on Matt Damon's kind of, I don't really know how to word it. He wasn't thrilled about it, you know, and he just leant into Matt and said, Matt, I'm not a good actor. Whilst everyone else was just giving him a massive round of applause for this like first take that he did.
That is amazing.
But still obviously got the part.
That is amazing. I love John Malkovich, not just because of Rounders, but I mean really everything he does is somehow either quirky or iconic. But man, Teddy KGB. Find me a poker player who doesn't love Teddy KGB. And in case you're one of those poker players who does not know what we're talking about, watch Rounders tonight after we wrap up coverage here. Imagine making a movie before the poker boom, 1997 or something I think it was, that almost 30 years later remains the greatest poker movie of all time. Like, how do you just do that?
It's either Matt Damon was well ahead of his time, or the movie industry has just been slacking for the last 2 decades.
It has failed us a little bit. It has failed
It has,
poker
man.
a little bit.
It has. Elky with the complete whiff on the queen high board. Would love to see a probe here on this turn from Win with 5 high. Just gets to fold out a bunch of ace highs. Has equity when called. Nice little pick up there.
Super impressive stuff from the chip leader. 596K. Almost 100 bigs. Followed by, I think I missed that, but probably closer to 60 bigs as second in chips. You know, thinking back to that fold on the button, fold on the bubble, excuse me, Henry, by Elky, and some of the other relatively tight plays that he made, even after the bubble burst. Followed by the story you just told me about him waking up for 100K. I mean, how cool for him to find the motivation to play perfectly, to make that bubble fold, despite the relative size of the buy-in here. Sign of a true professional.
It really is. You could probably relate to it a lot if you're ever playing like a home game with friends or family for like a really small amount, say $10, $20, whatever it is. and you find yourself just being really splashy. But these guys, man, they're just, you know, it doesn't matter what the buy-in is. It's what they do for a living, and they show up no matter the stakes, and they're always going to just stick to what they believe is correct poker.
Absolutely. It's almost like being a chess player. I mean, you're not just going to make a bad chess move, no matter who you're playing.
It's a really nice turn card, obviously, not to state the obvious for Elke. Certainly get value from ace highs with a smallish sizing.
It also helps that brings in the backdoor flush draw. Just makes the board look a lot more drawy. Perhaps a reason Nguyen decides to continue here with his ace high. Drawing dead. How about the redundant king? Just have effectively the nuts on this board. Question is how to get value. Pretty good card to actually continue representing some sort of a bluff. Every draw pretty much missed. Might go polarize here, given his hand and the texture of the board. Big bet. Big, big bet. Has effectively put himself all in. Talk about being polarized. Quick call by the ace high. Gets shown the bad news. Little tap on the table from Chua, recognizing the max value extraction he just witnessed. And my oh my, Elke has 40 bigs and is looking at something very curiously, I believe the stack size.
Yeah, I think he's just checking the amount he's being paid. I mean, look, managed to extract max value there, Vidura. I'm personally never finding that size on the river. And I think Elke is one of those guys that's very aware of his perceived image as well. He knows that he has that kind of light, cool persona because he's, you know, he's Elke. He's a legend. And when you have people that are going to be a bit starstruck, they're going to want to make the hero call to tell their friends about, oh, I snapped Elke off with ace high kind of thing. You really can go extra big on the river and get looked up by as light as ace high in that spot. That's fantastic sizing there from Elke, managing to just get max value.
Absolutely. And listen, you're so right, Henry. And I have to say, I mean, I've met Elke a couple of times. And if I was in Wynn's shoes, I'd be tempted to call down with ace high. I mean, the EV of that story is just so high sometimes, you know?
It really is, man. It's Elke, you know? You call him with ace high, you put a story out, you tag him, you're a legend in your friend circle.
Many a fortune has been lost trying to be a legend in your friend circle.
That is true. Truer words have not been spoken.
If Jenny lets this one go, under the gun open, of course, represents a lot of strength. Ace-3, not doing well against that range. Deuce is in the big blind, easy defense. Three overs to the deuces, as is likely to happen on most boards. Ace-Jack for Yamamoto. Does put in the C-bet. In position, ace-high, can represent the king. Gets it through. Yamamoto. Relatively recreational player. Not too many gashes under his belt so far in lifetime earnings, but certainly going to add a decent amount to his tally here. From Japan. In case you missed the time bank chips coming out before the break, by the way, those square placards or chips, so to speak, of I guess that would be a burgundy color you see next to most players' chip stacks. Those are 30-second time banks. Keeps the game moving along, and in case somebody needs extra time, they can throw in a time bank chip. Or even throw in multiple time bank chips. Take their time. You can return the unused ones, the dealer. Take care of that. You have Jenny. 7-10 suited. 11 big blinds total. One of the more experienced players at this table, has crossed $800,000 in lifetime earnings. Lets this one go under the gun +2. Has to be thinking about that big blind plus big blind anti-combo coming up. And look at this, kings for the chip leader in late position. It's going to look a little suspect when she opens. Folds to the big blind. No action, yeah.
Thought that was Greg in the booth for a second there. Yeah.
Greg did teach me how to say Singapore today in his native accent. And when in doubt,
Talking of Greg, what's he up to?
Greg just crushing it in the content game as always. In the booth with me earlier today. He's just been going from table to table, from event to event, creating gold content as he always does. Working out apparently, as we saw him in his t-shirt.
Yeah, man's looking jacked.
Created some content with Elky today as well. Elky, I think, did his GG dance in front of the feature table earlier today. So if you're watching us...
Yeah, he did. He did promise. Back in Fukuoka, he did promise.
Gilbert Go, by the way, asking in chat, how's your shoulder, Henry? Had the surgery already?
Firstly, appreciate you checking in, dude. Yeah, secondly, heading to Bangkok on Monday. So on Monday, I'll be meeting with the surgeon, and then hopefully surgery next Thursday or Friday.
We wish you well, man. It's gonna go well, I'm sure. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it just means I get to play a bunch of online poker. Shout out to our title sponsor, Natural 8, whilst I'm in hospital.
Here's some action. Raise late position. Ace-9 suited from the cutoff. Reasonable hand to do it with. Gets 3-bet by one of the more active players on the table who has been hit by the deck a bit. Yonghui Chua. Elky has a decision, but he also has a lot of chips to work with right now. Finds the fold though. Perfect fold. I mean, what do you do against this man? Finds the fold with the ace line against the ace-king 3-bet. When he gets all in with 9s, finds the ace on the river. When he has full house, manages to polarize overbet and get paid off.
Obviously, it's only been a month since we went to Taipei, at least the start of Taipei. Dare I ask what you've been up to in the last 4 weeks, mate?
Well, first off, Henry, nothing as exciting as you, since I know you were at one of the biggest poker tournaments in the world. So, certainly cannot compete on the poker front. But, you know, went back to India. It is peak summer there.
Oh, lovely.
But we did get a week of rain. And when it's peak summer, but suddenly you find acceptable weather, you go out, you get a couple of drinks, you meet some friends you might not otherwise have met. It's been a good time to be at home, but just to correct you, I don't think it's even been a month since Taipei. And by the way, I spent a couple of days in Taiwan. Really loved the place. Afterwards, cannot recommend enough anybody checking out Taiwan the next time we have a series there. But of course, cannot miss this opportunity to remind people that we do have another summer series coming up in Da Nang in July. I will be seeing anybody who wishes to join me there, as well as at the end of August in Incheon, Korea, which is going to be as big as Taipei, if not bigger.
Yeah, really looking forward to Incheon. I mean, that's just going to be insane in terms of online qualifiers and the guarantee, the amount of runners is going to be huge.
Back to the action here. 3-way to the flop. Top pair, good kicker for the chip leader. Bets into 2 people. Gets the call from the pocket deuces. And the middle pair, top kicker, finds the fold. Very interesting. Chua really has not been willing to get pushed around by the chip leader. In this case, he's drawing very, very slim here. Top 2 now. On a pretty clean board. Surely Gwyn looking to extract more value from this. Board has become pretty draw heavy. She does have the ace of clubs. Couldn't get the fold with this one. Almost 110 big blinds now. Cruise control. Helps to be hit by the deck a bit, but you know, honestly, didn't even get action with the kings. Gets action when needed. Almost double the second in chips.
Playing well, running well combo. Lethal.
Her largest score so far, 76,000 USD. As I said earlier, looking to almost double that with 145,000 USD on offer here for first place. 4 billionaires being crowned in VND, Henry, as we usually do at our Vietnam events. You love to see it, that old billion score. Let me just count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 6, 10-figure scores. You don't get to say that often.
Wow.
1.17 billion to fourth place, 1.5 to third, 2.1 billion VND to second, of course 3.4 to first place. That 1.1 billion for fourth place, good for about 50,000 USD.
Whenever we go to Vietnam going forward, at the final table we should just have the song Billionaire by Bruno Mars play. Just have the song playing, I Want to Be a Billionaire.
Talk about running well, playing well. Once again, pocket kings for the chip leader. Gwyn, under the gun +1, opens with kings. Yamamoto somehow finds simply the call button as opposed to the 3-bet with the ace-jack suited. Small blind finds the call as well. Gia Lam win with the jack-9 suited. Gia also relative recreational. Finds the gut shot straight draw, but the king still in control on the 10-7-6 board. Check to the razor. Hot control. King's check. Ace jack checks it as well. Some spicy turn cards on offer here. That's one of them. Not flush draw now for Yamamoto. And 2 overs to the board. With the top card pairing, it's tough for Yamamoto to represent a 10. Or even for Gwyn to think that Yamamoto has a 10. Certainly going to be lower frequency now. Gwyn can be one of the players who can represent a 10, decides not to. Understandably into 2 bigger stacks. And is it time for Gwyn to put some chips in the middle? Try and extract some value, deny some equity. Indeed, that's what she does, with a relatively tiny bet. Quick call from the nut flush draw.
These multi-way spots, man, they're so complex.
Absolutely. Double paired board now. On one hand, Gwyn can't feel too good about her kings, but as I mentioned, Yamamoto checked behind on the flop on the 10 high board, making it less likely certainly he has a 10. in general, it shouldn't be too likely for him to have a 6 calling a raise from the cutoff. I think Wynn puts it all together and is betting purely for value here. And interestingly, an ace high can be one of the hands that considers calling. After
This
all,
was a fantastic value bet. I mean,
Absolutely.
bravo.
yeah, I was just going to say, after all, Gwyn did not continuation bet on the flop either, so overpairs lower frequency. Yamamoto has to be thinking, does decide to make the call. What a value bet. I mean, just arguably max value being extracted.
Well, well, well.
Almost no reaction
Certainly
too.
one to keep an eye on Vidor. Win just getting max value there, all things considered.
Really well played. Well, you said running well, playing well, absolutely deadly. Here we see why. It's one thing to get kings. It's another to extract the value multi-way that she did. And certainly has to be one of the chip leaders in the tournament at this point. Given her massive
I'd say
stack.
so. There haven't really been many bust outs since the bubble burst, all things considered.
Yeah, I believe we have about 80 players remaining. Fairly high. Chua certainly has had his share of premium holdings. Jack's under the gun +2 this time around. And if Jenny really has been grinding that short stack, down to 8 bigs now. Dean has the smile of a man who's folding but is planning to show his... There we go, I think I called it. Does happen a lot when
Got him.
you want to... Well, you want to showcase to your opponent that, hey, the only reason I'm letting you push me around is because my hand is that bad. But next time, my friend, this will not be happening. Chip leader, 128 big blinds, an absolute monster of a stack, but more so because second in chips is only 61 big, so you have person with second in chips covered twice over. Pretty incredible. A table captain without needing to say it. Just playing super solid.
Certainly had our fair share of big hands pre-flop here. Feels like every hand we're seeing close to top of range being dealt.
So true. Ace queen this time under the gun +2. And ace jack, right as you say that, Henry. Relative premium in the small blind. Does flat. Chip leader with line 8 off in the big blind. Easy hand to defend. Love the composure too of Wynn. Absolutely centered. Flops best with the 9-8. Middle pair and the gut shot. Check, check, check. And now the nut flush draw for Yamamoto. Wynn still has the best hand. Very likely to realize that she does as well. There we go. The betting begins. Not that she even needs a hand to be betting here, considering the sizable chip lead and the range advantage that she has. Yamamoto is certainly not going anywhere with his nut flush draw and 2 overs. Does take the relatively passive line. A raise was on the table. Tough to represent a made hand considering the check back on the flop, but could have considered that route. Check, check it goes, and the 9 is going to take it down. Another one going the way of T. Wen. The rich get richer.
Yeah, an interesting choice to check there from Wen, given that it did check through on the flop. Kind of just sending the rope over to her opponent, where it feels fairly obvious that has like a busted flush draw or 2 overs that may want to turn themselves into a bluff. She seems really dialed in, man. Been loving a lot of what she's been doing.
Taking a look at our chat. Once again, a bit disappointed chat, I have to say, in the number of people who've done me the favor of hitting like on the stream. This helps us get the stream out there to more and more people, so we'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment and hit like. Do let us know who you're watching for, if anyone in particular, and where you're watching from. Love to highlight the diversity, not just on the table, but in the chat. Maybe a shout out to Elky if you've been a huge fan. Or if you have a great Elky story from watching him back in the day.
I'm watching for Leicester's chip protector.
Leicester finds the queens that he so wonderfully folded on the bubble against Chua's kings. Elky defends deuces in the big blind. How about that 6-9 suited, by the way? Speculative hand to call on the button. Just flop the flush draw.
For the beams.
Leicester continues. There is a king on the board. Queen's very likely still the best hand. Does have the queen of spades to rely on for all kinds of backdoors down the road. And Le Van Dien just chases the flush. Stack to pot ratio almost 1-to-1 now for Leicester. And a deuce would have given Elky a set.
That's so sick.
Leicester's all in. He just knows where he's at. He's going to deny all the equity in the world for Dien here. This perhaps is the reason you don't speculate, given the stack size of the pre-flop raiser. Elky, however, must be feeling a little bit sick. So sick.
That deuce on the turn. How does Leicester know? He just knows that Dien has all of the Jack 10, Ace Jack, Ace 10, Queen 10 type holdings.
I think Leicester's specialty is just playing queens perfectly. That's the conclusion I'm drawing here. Finds the fold against the kings. Finds the jam against the 9 high with the king on the board. Denying equity to the flush draw. It's like he can see the opponent's cards every time he has queens. Dien has to be posturing here. I mean, he's getting... Well, never mind. I thought he was about to toss in a chip. It's another time card. He might be posturing. I think he knows he doesn't have the right odds to call, surely. He has 9 high. Knows he needs a spade and a spade only. That's 18% equity, as we see. Would be maybe 20 at best. Getting 2-to-1 on a call. And how about that? I retract everything I just said. Does go for the gamble here. That's one way to try to go for the win. He's willing to reduce himself down to 12 big blinds if it means he can pick up the almost 40 big blinds in the middle. And Lester, I mean, what a result. What a great spot to be in with queens here. Getting the full double up, and there we go. It's all over. Lester gets more than the full double up, in fact. He is back in this. As I mentioned, not sure Dean had the right odds to call off there. And considering how he counted the stacks, I think he knew that as well, but just goes to show the mentality that he's trying to play with, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a case being like attached to the money that was already in the middle. But also maybe just a memer. You know, he's flicked in the call pre with the 9-6 suited.
He has about 149,000 in career lifetime earnings in live poker. If he hits first place, he can literally double that. It's like a painting, Henry.
Is he taking little power naps in there?
Is that the secret to his success? Is that why he wears shades all the time?
Yeah, little 10-15 second power naps in between hands.
Or he's like an android that was rebooting.
Wow, is that shade being thrown towards Android users?
Yeah, like myself. By the way, the least amount of bling I've seen on Elki in the last few stops of the APT.
That's true. That is very true.
Last time around, he had a necklace made of giant safety pins. Before that, a floral velour tracksuit, as he's famously often wearing. If Jenny finds a hand, he can finally get it in with hijack, ace-3 off. Going to be good enough for the 6 bigs he has left. Elki with the king-queen off. Has found the fold, I believe. He has 25 bigs left. Takes the conservative route, finds the fold. Chua seems to be wanting to gamble it up. I mean, he's put in... Technically, he's only put in one big blind. That's 8K. The other big blind goes towards the ante. So he needs to call 42K to win 70K. Not really the right odds with 8-7 off, but... Well, we just saw the 9-6 suited call, so I would have believed anything. Shows the ace with the brow wiping. That's panache, I suppose.
Having fun with it.
Why not? He's overdue to have some fun. He's just been grinding the short stack. Still the shortest stack, but those 2 big blinds go a long way in giving you some added comfort.
Yeah, staying alive.
Sing it, Henry.
No. Let me have my surgery. Once I have surgery, if I'm still kicking and breathing, then...
I mean, it would be the appropriate song for sure.
Let's see. Blind levels 4K, 8K, 50 minutes left on the clock before the next break, and then, yeah, we'll head into the final 2 levels of the day.
And let's not forget, we're approaching the official start time of the players' party. It's going to be at 10 p.m. Of course, if players are still playing the main event, they're going to be slightly delayed, but don't worry, it'll be going on for a while. Jenny finds an effective all-in once again, ace-7 suited this time. All-in, says Yamamoto, and why not? He has pocket jacks. We're going to be all in here, and if Jenny's going to be looking for an ace. Maybe eyeing some sort of a pay jump before he tosses in the last chip. There is a pay jump on offer.
Yeah, that's
I
a good
believe.
point. That is a good point.
fair play. Good time to use your time banks. This is what it's all about.
I'm glad you're on that team, by the way. I've spoken with people on air before that really aren't fans of using time banks for pay ladders. I'm like, you're not bending any rules. You're not breaking any rules. You have your time banks. Like, I've had pretty heavy arguments with people before about it.
Yeah, I mean, I really cannot see a good argument against it because I think it's just perfectly fair. I mean, that's really what it's all about. It's just about, it should be equitable for everyone. And maybe you're someone who acts fast usually, effectively saving up those time banks. And a pay jump is a pay jump, man. Does make the call. Not going to be too disappointed with the ace.
Diamonds.
7, yeah. I suppose you'd rather be against jacks than maybe a dominated ace by a slight margin.
Yeah, 32%'s 32%.
Does get up for that extra equity. Diamond in the window, 2 diamonds.
Oh, hello.
Never easy. And a straight draw to boot. Running out of outs on top of the screen there. An 8, a diamond, or an ace. That's not one of them. GG to Evgeny Nekrasov from Russia. Absolute crusher.
Too many outs.
And by the way, extra GG for officially crossing $800,000 on your Hendon Lobster. Very well played.
Yeah, that is quite the lifetime achievement. 800k, not many people can say they've achieved that lifetime.
So we'll be filling that seat, but I believe the first elimination from our feature table in a while, and if that's any indication for how the rest of the field is doing, we might actually play out those levels, Henry. As I was saying, by the way, before we got all in, Players Party begins at 10. It's almost 10 o'clock here, 9:40. But it will go on for a while. The worst this day can go till, which is to say the longest, would be midnight or so, given we're playing down to 20 levels at the most, or 48 players, whichever comes first. So everybody gets a chance to party it up.
You gonna go for a dance?
No promises there, but I'll go for a beer.
There we go.
I think it'll be evident in the booth tomorrow how much fun I had, depending on how hoarse I sound.
Yeah, man, like you learn your lessons over the years. Experience really, you know, when you get the chance to have an early night 10 years ago, that opportunity would be met with like, oh well, now there's time to go out for a drink and party or play poker until, you know, the early hours. Whereas now, older and wiser, dare I say, it's like, oh okay, I can get 9 hours, wake up for breakfast, you know.
So sad and so true. There's the old joke that somebody asked me between having the best party night of my life and a bowl of ice cream. Probably ask which flavor.
Oh, that's brilliant. I'm going to use that. Best night of your life, or the best night's sleep of your life. Just like, how many hours am I getting, you know? Like. Fun flop here for win. 8 bigs, 44k in the middle.
Wow.
Yeah, I like this.
Love it. Puts it
This
in there.
is-
4 high. Like a boss, not low. Let's go. Gets the fold. That's got to feel good.
Yeah. You're only getting called by overpairs, and even against overpairs, you have equity. Down to your final 6 bigs. Gets the fold. So Elky staying alive. Up to 25 bigs after nursing his way through the bubble with the short stack.
I have been keeping track of some of the live updates. Try not to do that, of course, because we're watching here 30 minutes delayed. Live updates do cover most of the outer tables, in case you're rooting for someone out there. But yeah, we have had some eliminations. We have reached, I believe, what is the next pay ladder. That would be at 72 players, if I'm not mistaken. So now everybody guaranteed 62 million Vietnamese dong. 7 million Vietnamese dong pay ladder. All in from the small, queen high, gets it through. Look at that. Up to 16 bigs now. Gio Lam win. Showing how to do it.
So we've had what, 15 bust outs
Once again,
since the money?
14 minutes.
Yeah.
Featuring the event of the No Limit Crazy Pineapple. Featuring 5 million buy-in, 15 minutes per level, and 20,000 static stock. And players, in register, you might now take your seat.
Yeah, I think that was a floor announcement in case you guys could hear it for the Crazy Pineapple. I have to say, I just love we have a Crazy Pineapple event. What could be more fun? And didn't you play, what was it, the Super Hold'em? What do they call it, Henry, in Phu Quoc?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And what's the, dare I say, gimmick of that game?
Yeah, so the Super Hold'em was basically you get dealt 3 cards, and then you have flop, turn, and river as you do in normal Hold'em. Hold your horses. Let's play this hand out because we may see some big pot poker being played, and then I'll fill you guys in. The ace 8 has flat called out of the small with just 5 bigs behind. Case ace board texture would be wild.
How about 2 diamonds? Insta jam. The chip leader, Win, did not squeeze with the ace-jack suited, and Elky finds the quick fold with the ace-queen. How about that stop-and-go play multi-way, getting it through? What a great result. Up to 12 bigs now.
Huge. That is a huge pickup. But yeah, so the Super Hold'em, you get 3 hold cards dealt, and then flop, turn, and river. But unlike in Hold'em, where you can use just 1 card from your hand, or 2, in Super Hold'em, you can use all 3 cards from your hand and 2 from the board. So for example, if you have 3 clubs and there's 2 clubs on board, you have a flush.
That is wild.
And yeah, I had like a fun bust out hand where I had 3 of the same suit and 2 on board. Came like ace 7, 3, 2 clubs. I have like king, jack, 9 all clubs. So I flopped the nut flush. The guy has aces. So I'm just like, okay, no ace, no board pair. But I forgot about his dangler. His dangler was an 8. And an 8 came on the turn. The board didn't pair on the river. So I thought I won the hand. And then he was like, no, dude, you get to use all 3. So I have all 3 cards in my hand, plus
That's
the ace
crazy.
and the 8 on board, which makes a full house. It was a pretty shameless moment for me because, yeah, I had never like celebrated prematurely before, or at least not in a long time. So I was like celebrating that I'd won the hand, and then to get showered that, you know, oh, actually, you're out, pal.
Brutal.
It's like,
Look at this board, by the way. Top set, a hidden top set. Win did not raise pre-flop from the small blind. Checks again and gets, understandably, a bet out of Elke, who's flopped middle pair. I mean, this is basically the nightmare scenario for these two hands for Elke. Does Gwen want to bump up the action here? Certainly would be in her rights to represent some sort of a draw or just trying to muscle Elke around with her big stack. Start building this spot, which is exactly what she does. 3x is the raise. Elke, who's been pretty conservative and snug. Yeah, cannot help but put more chips in the middle. Drawing close to dead, just some backdoor straight draws. Wow.
Oh, GG's.
Oops. That is the most brutal card in the deck for Elke, who now thinks he has a lock on this hand against most of the raising range of Win, and certainly 10-10 is not going to occur to Elke considering the pre-flop limp. 10-9, of course Elke is blocking, so Win would have to have the case 9. Apart from that, it's just dominating everything else.
Nothing much to really protect against. I mean, I guess there are some gut shots that can check raise and whatnot, but just have our opponents so cooked so often.
Yeah, after all, you have the 8 as well, so Queen Jack would be drawing dead to the King. Jack on the river does not change much in terms of the hand itself. King Queen, of course, would be one of the rare holdings that would now have improved to a hand that beats Elke, and I think Elke will just be happily looking to get all his chips in the middle here. As will Win, of course, with effectively top board. Goes all in, and Elke does not insta-call. The problem is, she might do this with a Jack. Does call it, and it's going to get the bad news. GG, Elke. Taps the table, takes it well. Sad to see him go, but takes it like a champ.
Yeah, that is a brutal, brutal setup. Blind v blind, limped pot. That is, says... I mean, look, if you get away from it, bravo, but doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I mean, it would be absurd to get away from a hand like that. Look at those pants, by the way. Not to comment on his attire while he's down and just kicked out, but, you know, given how well Elke's taking it, I have to say, I think I underestimated Elke's bling today. His t-shirt and his pants, as deadly a combo as ever. GG, sir. Love watching him play. And, of course, look forward to seeing him at the Players' Party tonight.
Well, it does, of course, mean he's going to have time. Gets that APT cash, that main event cash on his resume. Love to see it.
And how about Tijua Nguyen? Just going from milestone to milestone, racking up those chips. Has to be one of the tournament chip leaders at this moment. Absolute monster stack. Absolutely coolering Elke. I mean, listen, we're talking about going home with the story of calling Elke down with ace high, but busting Elke with a cooler, also a story of its own, I suppose.
Yeah, pretty absurd. It's got to be one of the tournament chip leaders, if not the tournament chip leader.
Approaching almost 1 million in chips. I mean, those are final table chip numbers. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's getting close. 3x. She has like 3x average, which is just insane at this stage of the tournament. I mean, she has average stack for 20 players left. Like,
yeah. And she has 3x of second in chips on her own table. She can really start wielding that stack despite, or rather in spite of whatever her holding might be. The poker gods are clearly in favor today. And she's playing superb as well. $16 bigs, king, queen off, under the gun +1. 6-handed, I believe the table is. Puts it all in there. Big shove. King queen off.
What is it? It's 15 bigs from +1.
Yeah. Short stack on the hijack, but betting into stacks that can afford a call, such as the chip leader. And Chua on seed 8. Gets it through though. Certainly the fact that it's 6 max right now, playing into it. Win essentially has the rest of the table covered. Slight dealer change here.
Once again, 5 minutes. Event of the day. No limit, crazy pineapple. Coming your way in 5 minutes.
So Henry, that announcement for the next side event, the Crazy Pineapple, reminds me. So your super Hold'em experience. What do you think of the game? I think it seems like a fun game to add at least to your home game mix, and then maybe fire away at some side event at some series.
Oh man, it's fantastic. Like the atmosphere, and more importantly, just the amount of recreationals that it draws, because it's not as studied. You know, it's not as easy to have an edge. Even some of the like APT crushers, such as like Pachara, that were playing it, you know, they were having fun. They were splashing around, you know, 3 cards, multiple bullets, myself included. I fired multiple bullets. It's just a fun environment because, you know, the variance is obviously insane, and yeah, it's. I think it's something that we're going to be keeping going forward, because every time it's running, you just have a crowd of people on the rail watching the action.
That's awesome. And you know what? You mentioned how it's not studied and stuff. You know, whenever I play with my friends, and of course they know me as part of the poker industry and a relatively more studied player than them, and obviously I know what to do in certain spots, I'll always add something to the mix, even if it's something as simple as the 7 deuce game, or maybe something more complicated. Or if you want to get really crazy, you can even have like a wild card or a joker, just to sort of even out the playing field a little bit. You know, it's like, hey, I don't know this whatever variation that we're about to play, so we can actually all try and adapt in real time. I think that's just what the Super Hold'em event, even Crazy Pineapple, you know, it's a game most people don't play on the regular. That's what these events do.
So how does the Crazy Pineapple work again?
Well, first of all, don't quote me on this, because I haven't played it in forever. And I'm not exactly sure what the crazy part is, but Pineapple usually means you start off with 3 cards pre-flop and discard 1 on the flop.
Okay. I like that. That's good fun. Wow, Yog's just blasting here. Button v big blind.
Bad card to continue, considering obviously all aces are continuing, but now all queens are also somewhat forced to continue. Weak kicker for Lester. A triple barrel might be on the cards here and might be able to get the job done depending on the river. Brick river. Yong has no showdown value whatsoever. Has to decide whether he needs to pile those chips in. Almost exactly a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio for Lester's effective stack. Gives up. Great pickup there by Lester. Who is now suddenly a force to be reckoned with on this table. Almost 40 bigs.
It could have very easily been a bubble boy. Queens against kings, managed to find the fold pre.
Perhaps making your point, Henry, folding those marginal spots, so you can try and maximize more interesting situations down the road. Not to be results oriented. It's just played really well to get this far and did manage to find the double up with the queens somewhat fittingly against the 9-6 suited of the man you see on the screen under the gun. 12 bigs with queen 3 off. Disappointing. Knows he's going to be losing 2 of those 12 bigs on the very next hand. But laughing around, having fun. The woman in control of this table, Thi Jua Win, raises up 17k with the pocket deuces. As I said, she can really be doing this with her entire range in most spots, especially when she's in late position. Not only does she have a monster chip stack, but just what I can only imagine is a very solid image in the minds of every other player on this table.
Yeah, more often than not, she's shown up with the goods when it's got to showdown.
Easy board to continue. Paired board, king high. What does Jia Lang win to do? Ace high, likely going to be ahead. It's actually not on this board, but has enough equity, but only 15 big blinds in his stack. Love this 1.2x, 1.2 BB rather, continuation bet. Gets the job done. How's that for professional bet sizing?
Absolutely cruising. A million flat.
You know, this is one of my favorite things about poker, Henry, where a lot of players really wonder, like, how do you get reads on people? Even online, they think, you know, well, you can't look them in the eye and stuff. And in multi-table tournaments, especially the likes of the APT main event, where you have players coming from all over the world, yeah, there are some regular faces, and perhaps if you've been on the circuit, you recognize them, but most of the times you're playing with strangers from different lands. Well, all of this to say, sometimes with just one hand or one bet sizing, you can tell the experience, the talent, the aggression of a player. And you can start making those mental reads and adjust. And that's what live poker is all about sometimes. You see somebody bet 1.2 big blinds, you might think they know a little bit about tournament poker.
That's true. There are some things, man. Those like small, subtle details. You're like, okay, this person knows what they're doing. Like,
all in for the player at risk. Small blind versus big blind. The 2 short stacks. Very likely chopping this one, unless somebody brings a deuce or a 4 now. $50-50, deuce or 4 or chop. 3 makes it somewhat interesting.
That was a fun river.
Just the right amount of pips to be worrisome.
Honestly, I want a tournament where you can squeeze the river. Like, there needs to be a tournament where if you're the all-in player at risk, you get to squeeze the river.
GG.
I guess
poker
it would
style.
yeah, I guess it would slow down the game a bit, but
You know what? We could do that only for the stream table and find a great camera angle to follow along with the squeeze. And then I think it might be worth it.
just want to go Baccarat style.
And let's not forget, this table is playing 6-handed. Arguably a whole different variation of the same game. All the ranges have to widen up. Suddenly, early position and late position are the same thing. All in from the button, understandable. Pocket pair on the button. It's going to go in there. Insta call from the chip leader. Ace queen. We're in for a flip. That call barely making a dent in her monster stack, but putting win at I suppose both are wins, but Jia Lam win at risk with the pocket deuces. Also smiling.
See how well she runs in all-ins pre.
Going to a chop now. Juice on the turn. Gives the set. Gio Lamb's got to be feeling good. No chop. I can tell from the reaction. I believe he boated up on the river. So there we go. Well, she's not invincible, Henry. And with that, actually, Gia now suddenly a comfortable 30 bigs. 35, in fact. Great result.
Maybe that's the trick. Just get it all in pre against her.
Yeah, no skill.
Just leave it to the poker gods.
Well, if she'd won that one, she would have had the table covered very comfortably. As it happens now down to a measly 108 bigs. So I believe you were in Hanoi for the last series, Henry. And
I was.
I'm happy to report that almost on all numbers, the turnout here has been improved between slightly to fairly aggressively, considering that the main event guarantee was 12 billion Vietnamese dong and the prize pool ended up at 17 billion. You'll love to see the APT just going from strength to strength. Purely thanks to the support shown by the players, not just for showing up, but the amazing feedback and the culture and the community created.
Yeah, I don't like looking too far into the future, but something that I am definitely looking forward to is just kind of creating like a short video of the APT over the years in, say, 5 years' time, and just looking back to the new era, you know, the start of the new era, what it looked like, and then hopefully what it is and how big it is in 5 years from now.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I can feel fairly optimistic about what that video will look like. Just seeing the growth in the new era this year, certainly for the portions that I've been more heavily involved in. As I said, going from strength to strength. And not just in terms of turnouts. I think that's one part of it, but you know, you and I knowing the team as we do, I mean, the amount of care taken, you know, I'll just point out something just off the top of my head. I mean, the dealer outfit, it's just one of those things that is just so aesthetically pleasing and just gives an air of not only credibility and professionalism, but just intentionality, you know, in creating a very unique experience. The dealers are wearing, I won't pronounce the garment name because I've been really bad at it all day, but essentially a traditional Vietnamese attire.
Okay. I have to keep my eye out.
Yeah, when they switch dealers is when you can really tell, by the way.
It's like a red dress.
Yeah, something like that. It's almost like a robe.
I remember seeing it. It looks classy.
Yeah, but perhaps not the most tangible example, but that's just what I mean. I mean, it just improves. Like, every time we come to a series, it's like the experience becomes more and more unique and more world-class, you know?
And this time you said it's down in like a ballroom of a hotel.
Yeah, and 2 floors, mind you. So, you know, there's multiple events happening on different floors, and that leads to essentially a lot of chatter in the elevator banks and in the elevator themselves. Again, something super minor, but it's just weird for me to even bring up, because if you're not here and if you don't play too many tournaments live, this is going to appear so minor. But there's amazing ginseng tea, some candy, a couple of things to eat, and some water bottles right in the middle of the floor. Just have constant access to it. There's some coffee here and there. You know, these are things many venues and many events just don't bother with. You know, I've played tournaments in India where you're just in this, you're on a ship really, on a boat, because that's where it's legal. And on every break, you're just like crowded into this tiny smoking room, just like passive smoking. Versus the luxury on experience here for effectively a better structure, better experience. Not to hate on all the great tournament organizers in India that do a lot with what they can, but just goes to show where it can go and how the little things can start mattering.
Yeah, I mean, case in point, the Indian contingent growing in force, their presence at APT events as well.
Absolutely, especially this one, by the way. I think we're approaching something like 20 people flying down, especially for Hanoi. And this is the summer series, mind you. I'll show up even more so for flagship events. Next one, of course, being Incheon, Korea, late August. Check out the website.
Have you been knocking back the brown balls?
The what?
The brown bulls.
What is that?
So like Red Bull but brown. It's what I call. It's a term that I coined for Vietnamese coffee. So it's instead of Red Bull, brown bull, because you know it
Condensed
has
milk.
the same effect.
Yeah.
It just has the same effect that Red Bulls do. It's crazy.
Now that I get it, yes, indeed, I have been knocking back exactly the brown bulls. I went to breakfast yesterday, and I was with someone, and we were like, oh, yeah, we love Vietnamese coffee, and we ordered. And then I just knocked the first one back and ordered another. He was just staring at me. I was like, what? I thought we loved it. Why are you judging me?
You went for the double shot.
The double brown bull shot, exactly.
That's deadly, man. I mean, that keeps you up for 25 hours.
And then crashes as well, yeah?
That's brave. Yeah,
the sugar and the
You're
caffeine
brave.
crash.
That's the... Betting with the Queen Jack, by the way, blind v blind on the turn.
Finds the
Getting
counterfeit.
bailed out by the river. Let's see what Win wants to do here. Turn his hand into a bluff, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes I do this when I get counterfeited out of pure spite. Win looks like he's just kind of angry with how the board is run up. Wants to do something
I'm
about
the same.
it.
Definitely the same. I'm a very spiteful poker player.
You know, I agree with you, but there's not one top level poker player that would say those words, so I feel a little embarrassed to admit it.
Sorry, there's not what? There's not one top poker player that would what?
Yeah, I'm spiteful as well in poker sometimes, but, you know, that's not something you'd hear from any elite poker player, so...
I disagree.
I
can pick off a handful right now. Sean Deeb would snap.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Like Sean Deeb, just like yeah.
That is true.
Definitely Sean Deeb. Who else? I don't see. Sean's like the only guy that I don't mind putting slightly on blast on a broadcast. So maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll
can
just
name
keep
one more.
the rest of it to myself.
I
Go
can
on.
name another elite poker player who's spiteful, Mr. Phil Hellmuth.
There we go. But do you think he makes decisions based off spite? Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, but will he admit it? I don't know.
I can think of some hand histories over the years.
I have a smile on my
My
face
favorite
just thinking
is-
about him. Just goes to show the positive effect he's had on the world.
It makes me laugh when like elite pros announce that they're spite calling before making the call. They kind of say it somewhat jokingly, but you know there's some truth to it as well. It's like, yeah, spite call. It's like, yeah, is it a spite call though?
Alright, that card protector is just glorious, as you said.
It's fantastic. What a fantastic card protector.
Interesting hands here. King 10 suited. Understandable open late position. Well, from the hijack 6 max. Jack 8 suited finds the call on the button. Could have considered 3-betting as well, considering the speculative nature of his hand. 2 players to act behind. Now King Jack suited, considering the squeeze. Has some newly acquired chips here. Gia recently doubled up through the chip leader. Shows in the time bank, still thinking about the squeeze, I imagine. All three equal in stacks. He
goes all in.
These hands could collide. Wow.
Wow. Goes all in against two similar stacks. I mean, I understand not being worried about Lester there, but just jamming into the open of the hijack there is just power poker.
I absolutely love that play. Bravo for taking the spot. I think it's a spot that's really passed up on by a lot of people as well. And I think, again, like if you go back to the solvers, it's a really nice hand to do it with.
Absolutely agree. I mean, of course, the obvious, you're blocking kings and jacks, which are a huge chunk of the calling range of that big bet. Not to mention, you can't be too disappointed to see something like a tens call it off, be in a flip situation, and then the amount of folds you're getting from hands like ace jack and other hands that have massive equity against you that might actually call a 3-bet but would not call a jam. Great stuff.
Yeah, that's a great point that you add, is like just the overfolding that you tend to see. Like people just not adjusting, not calling off correctly for that many bigs.
I mean, just put yourself in the shoes of the original raiser. Let's say you have ace queen there. What do you do?
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Very tough spot. So in the bunny, APT Hanoi. Summer series, by the way. Love the sound of that.
Just seems something fresh about it, you know? It's like, is it a vacation or is it a series? Seems like both.
Bring the family, bring the friends. Have a whale of a time. Maybe win the main.
Yeah, you know, we've highlighted Fukuoka as a great destination to bring the family. Hanoi, I understand, maybe not as friendly to family activities. It is simply a city after all. There's plenty to do. But I did find a lot of poker players bringing their wives, you know, especially the ones from India who tend to be male. And I found out because a lot of those wives were actually playing the women's event. Perhaps firing the main as well. I'll tell you a good place to bring the family. Surely Da Nang. You've been there, right, Henry?
Da Nang's great. I've flown to Da Nang. The place that I stayed at was actually slightly up north. Just going to jump back into this hand because this is a brutal flop for win. 6-6-4. Up against the overpair.
How about a gut shot to add to the mix? Not only does she get the added gut shot. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I mean, to not get another overcard when you have pocket threes is really asking to pay off a bet here. Slight sizing misstep perhaps from Yamamoto. Does not size in a way that ensures a 1 SPR on the river. Bet slightly small. Check, check, it goes. Nice little pickup there for Yamamoto.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, you're blocking some of the obvious draws like 7-8, 7-5. It's difficult to get 3 streets of value from a 4 or from like a deuce 5, deuce 3 that flopped a gut shot and turned a pair. Against the big blind range, I don't hate being slightly cautious there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, in a cash game, maybe. Go for those 10 spots, but not when you can risk getting eliminated. And with the chip leader, can have all kinds of hands, including the trips, that might play the same way. So 2 pots lost in a row for the chip leader. He win. However, still has 100 bigs. Ace 10 suited, an absolute monster on the cutoff. The new player at the table, Curtis Lim, or Lim Curtis would that be?
Potential collision here, especially late position in the cutoff.
And the new player at the big blind as well. Both the open seats have been filled. 252k all in. Gets the fold from the ace-10 suited. 3-bet jam doing its job. Curtis Lim is from Singapore, and the player who just went all in, Yu Qing Zhao, I believe, from China. Started off with equal stacks, but now a bit of distance between the 28 bigs of Curtis and the 35 bigs of Zhao, thanks to the jam. Down to 68 players. Approaching the end of this level. We will go on break at the end of this level, followed by 2 more levels to go. Or 20 eliminations, whatever comes first. It is going slower than I expected though, Henry. Thanks to the structure, perhaps?
Yeah, the bubble went on longer, obviously, before I even jumped in the booth. But then even when I came into the booth, it went on for longer than Taipei. And then post-bubble, not as many bust-outs as we typically expect to see. So, yeah, I think the line of 48 or 3 levels is a fantastic one, because it's got to go down to the wire.
Seems likely, yeah. No pay jumps until 56th place. Currently, all players guaranteed 62 million Vietnamese dong. That's good for about almost double the buy-in. Buy-in was 35. 1.8-ish. Of course, all to play for first place. 3.4 billion. The madness of tournament poker. 581 entries. Get down to about, let's say, 24th place out of 581. 100 million VND. Beat out another 23 players. 3,400 million VND. Absolute madness. Curtis just had to make a tight fold. Wonder if that is at least partly the reason. He's getting a little frisky here with the Queen 8 suited on the gun +2. Faces the 3-bet jam from the short stack. Dan finds the queens. It's going to be the second time Lim is going to have to likely lay down his hand against the 3-bet jam. Yamamoto seems to be considering his options. Perhaps found a hand. Let's it go. Okay, no posturing from Curtis. On to the next one. Eight minutes or so left to the break. It's going to be a short one, 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, certainly get to that stage of the tournament where we haven't had many bust outs, so the average stack is kind of in that, you know, re-jam or fold kind of territory.
Looking at some of the other stacks out there, Henry, we've had a clear chip leader in this tournament who has exceeded even the chip stack of Thi Nguyen, even at her peak. Of course, she's taken some hits lately. In the form of Van Sang Nguyen, approaching over 1 million in chips out there. Who, by the way, I saw a photo maybe 3 or 4 hours ago when he was still the chip leader, getting a massage shirtless, or almost shirtless, at the table.
Jesus.
Not sure how I feel about that one.
Just really enjoying his time.
Yeah. Talk about soaking it all in. Spicy board here. Dean has just absolutely smashed it. Top pair, gut shot, and the king high flush draw. Leads out multi-way, and why not? Wants to build a pot, but tough to get action when you have the board locked up like that. Does manage to run into a hand that is certainly going to be giving that action. Second pair and the gut shot to the straight. Absolute brick on the turn. Oof, Dean just puts it all in there. Big bet. Over bet.
Yeah, that's huge. There's been a few spots today where it just felt like people are really scared of the monsters under the bed, like just trying to deny equity, and I get it, but you have a hand as strong as King 10. Gut shot, top pair, as well as a flush draw. It's like, what monsters are you really scared of?
Wow. Well, I take it all back, Henry, because that is some genius level over bet. How does he get the call there? Just makes his hand look so drawy, I suppose. With the almost, was it a 1.5x? Maybe almost a 2x over bet. Just works out perfectly, gets it all in, 89% to win. 7's not going to cut it, and DN is now a comfortable middle stack, 300k. Good for almost 40 bigs. What a play, Henry. I mean, I completely agreed with what you were talking about, but seemed like something about his image and some self-awareness of that just helped him get paid off from Leicester.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Massive pickup there. Well played, sir.
I think Leicester's going to be pretty disappointed. Could have thought about that hand a bit more. I know he's ahead of a lot of drawing hands, but they certainly have a lot of equity against his hand as well. It's something for him to consider. Nobody's overbetting air there.
$63 players left. Average stack's pretty sizable, man.
Yeah, that's good for 45 bigs or so. 47 actually, it says right below. I missed that. I started doing math before I worked my way down the screen. Inherent in the structure of the APT is the deep stacks we end up with. It's just great for the game. And not to mention, if things get a little bit shallow towards the final table, we actually reset stacks as well. It's pretty cool.
That's true. Yeah, that's a great point.
We don't like shove fests or bingo FTs, as they call it sometimes.
Yeah, it created such a fantastic final table as well in Taipei. I mean, that for me, I don't want to speak on your behalf, but for me, that was one of the funnest main event final tables I've covered in a long time. Like, we're talking a few years. It was fantastic.
Well, that means a lot, firstly, coming from you, considering the coverage you've done all over the world, but I could not agree more. And let me just say, I've shown that 6-bet ace-5 off bluff. More people than I care to admit. Just being like, you seen this? You see this hand? Did you follow me?
Come to the APT. This is what
Chiwi
you get.
fan versus Ponat Punstri. Check out that hand, by the way, on the YouTube channel. If you're in chat right now,
So sick.
confused about what we're saying. How about a 6-bet all-in bluff on the final table? Second in chips v first in chips. How does that sound?
Gave me Benny Spindler flashbacks. 2010, 2011. Just 4-betting, 5-betting, and 6-betting in EPTs.
Looking at chat, Rhino Poker commenting on some of the things we were talking about earlier. Last time I recommended the Vietnamese iced coffee and you had too. How about it now? I think he might be talking to you there, Henry. Hanoi has the best egg coffee. Yes, I agree, and I love egg coffee. Sounds like some gimmicky tourist trap, but in reality it's just a cool innovation that Vietnam made at a time where I think milk was a bit hard to preserve. Some condensed milk, some whipped egg onto a coffee. Who would think it tastes delicious?
Wonderful beverage.
Codfish says it's pronounced as Ao Di, or Ao Dai, sorry. That's the Vietnamese attire I was referring to. Ao Dai.
Oh, there we go.
Cool name, too.
That's why we love the chat. The
Indeed.
chat have answers. It looks like 2 minutes left on the clock, 63 players left, so 15 more eliminations, we call it a day, or 2 full 1 hour levels. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it's a good line. How about those payouts on the right-hand side? 3.4 billion VND, first place, all the way down to 289 million. That's a big differential. And you know what that means? That means the final table is going to be wild. And you have pay jumps as big as that. It's too much to play for. Get some crazy action, like the ace 5 6 bet bluff we were talking about. $3.4 billion VND, good for 145,000 USD. That helps you figure that out. Absolutely life-changing money. Pocket nines finds the all-in.
Card protector, Lester. There we go. Was worried for a second.
If you really want to call with a monster hand, you know, like a cash game, you should put the card protector in there as well. Like a bounty. So in India, Henry, they play this very gambly form of three-card poker that they call flash. Some people call it flush, in fact. And it's not capped to your stack. You can basically produce chips from out of nowhere and bet them, yeah? So it's like out of line, basically.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, it's played during the biggest holiday season of the year, which is usually a very family-oriented time, a very somewhat religious time. But for some reason, the tradition, particularly in the north of the country, is to play cards.
All right, main event.
And
break time, 15
notoriously,
minutes.
a lot of people exchange or lose their cars during the holiday season. Because the ultimate bet is to just throw your car keys. You know, you have something like 3 aces, which is the best hand you can have. Your opponent has something like 3 kings. Car keys are going into the middle.
What?
Now that's the kind of poker I want to see one day.
I could see friendships and families being torn apart for years to come. Throwing car keys in the middle. It's playing with fire.
And the thing is, the round of betting in that is never over. You just keep betting until the other player folds, or sort of caves and just like demands that you end the hand by paying a little bit. So ego comes into it as well. It's just like, I'm not ending the hand. The other player goes like, well, I'm not ending the hand. And you keep escalating it.
Reminds me of some scenes from Monty Python. Curtis opening on the button. Jack high flush draw. This hand should be over and done with.
And we have hit the
We're
break,
just
which is why the
completely
table has
breaking.
cleared up.
Wait, win floating with the 9? Wait, hang on a minute.
Look at this. And hits the most unfortunate card in the deck. The 7 of diamonds gives the flush and a lock on the hand to Curtis. Does give second pair to win. Getting a little frisky here. Has had sort of a bad run in terms of cards and all-in situations recently, but this might really add to the trouble. $39K from Curtis. Great sizing. Sets up very reasonable river shove.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this.
And if you float with 9-7 on the 8-2-3 and hit the 7, can you find the fold? Wow, gets it in.
Oh my.
What a misstep.
Snap. Oh boy.
Drawing dead.
That is a massive misstep. Something we really haven't seen from wins so far. Obviously, easy to be results oriented, but it's probably likely that aggression that's helped to build such a stack.
Inconsequential 4 on the river, and yeah, Henry, you're absolutely right. I mean, aggression is usually the name of the game. Looking at the cards and the result, it's easy to say it was a misstep. Of course, that's the kind of pressure you want to be putting when you do have a big stack. But as it happens, Kurt is absolutely rewarded with his Jack-9 of diamonds. Nothing like getting it all in with your opponent drawing dead, and with that, he becomes a reasonable force on this table, which of course is now emptied. We have hit the break. 4 minutes into the break, in fact, Curtis finds a double up, and with that, we will be taking what's now, I think, only going to be about an 11-minute break. But make sure you stay with us. We have, I think, around 61 players left out there in the field. We are playing down to 48 players, or the end of level 20. That's 2 levels from now, whatever comes first. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. I'll see you shortly. My name is Vidar and Henry. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
This, Henry, 44K to call 339K. I mean, the pot odds being offered are just immense. And Kim has to be thinking, is there a chance my opponent could be behind? I think one of the reasons that Chen went all in very quickly, by the way, is to represent some strength. What is that? Is that a layup?
No, he's called. I mean, it's great news, you know, when you're in Chen's shoes, you jam. Your opponent has 44K more to call to win 339K. and he doesn't want to call. Like, it's good news. 1 out for Kim. What an absolute gift for Chen on the bubble. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. This pot just blew up out of nowhere.
Just go. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you don't need to.
Wow. Close.
Close indeed.
3 across. 6 of hearts. Chen with a huge double. 63 big blinds now.
Look at that smile, Henry. He's gone from being on the verge of elimination, not knowing where exactly was in the hand, to pretty much knowing he can now sit back, make that min cash were he to.
Hey, that's cheating, Greg. Sorry.
Sorry, La.
Sorry, La.
So Serena has put DJ all in. DJ in great shape, Greg.
Fantastic.
With the Queen 8.
Domination Nation. DJ Arashi, the favorite to win here, though everybody at the table hoping for a bust. Deuce, deuce, 3. Not going to be much help to Serena. 10's not going to be much help. Needs a 7. And that's going to be... Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi, our bubble girl here at the Influencer Challenge for Natural 8. Got it in so good. Please, 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 as a sign of respect, Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi.
Barry on a bit of a spin. Picking up with ace king and the small button open from DJ Arashi.
15 big blinds effective.
I think it's just a jam. Don't really want to be doing too much inducing with ICM.
Bamboo posing, berry time! On fire.
Oh my word. What is going on today?
With a Jack offsuit.
What is going on today?
And as the overwhelming chip leader, really not too concerned, even if he does.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Well, welcome back to the main event here, live from Hanoi at the APT Summer Series. My name is Vidar Singhal and I'm joined by Henry Kilbane as we're getting down to the business end of the day. At day 2 of this main event, we of course already hit the money. 87 players are now guaranteed to go home with 55 million Vietnamese dong, and we're actually down to about 63, which means the prize pool has actually jumped up to 62 million Vietnamese dong. But the question is, who survives the day? We will be playing down either to the end of level 20, which is 2 more levels, or when we're down to 48 players, which is about 15 eliminations. So it's all about who stays in the mix and what are the players fighting for. Well, 17.7 billion was in the prize pool. That's Vietnamese dong. That's good for 720k USD. And first place is 3.4 billion out of those. That's good for 145,000 US dollars. As we take a look at some of the highlights, Henry, it has been an exciting lead up to this final segment of the day, this final portion. I actually took a walkabout during the break, and players are feeling that tension, feeling a bit antsy. Some of the players who had big stacks are now down. Some of the players who, of course, had shorter stacks have worked their way up. We're looking, of course, at some of the highlights. This was the big elimination. I mean, what a cooler for Elke against what was at the time one of the tournament chip leaders. And we'll talk about what happened to her as well. How you doing? How you feeling as we wrap up this day?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I couldn't have put it better myself. Like, it's understandable that there are some nerves going into this final frame. Yeah, as we saw, obviously, Elke just trips against a flopped set. GG's on the river. But yeah, man, like, look, you've been grinding your heart out for 2 days. You've locked up some money. The next hurdle is these final 2 hours to just remain focused, try and stay dialed in, try and continue playing your game, and not letting the end of day bubble kind of get to you. If it's your time to exit the tournament, it's your time, you know? But yeah, I think this is really one of the small things in poker that separates the elite from the rest. It's just forgetting about the fact that, you know, it's the end of the day and just playing poker, playing good poker.
That's right, just going one hand at a time. I mean, you mentioned if it's time for you to go, it's time for you to go. Like that cooler we just saw in the highlights from Elke. Yeah, trip 9's simply his time to go. Nothing he can do about that. But I do want to shout out the other player, the player who actually benefited from Elke's chips, Thi Wen, who had been the chip leader, not just on the table, but one of the contentions of chip leading the tournament, did have a pretty rough hand right as we went on break. In fact, it went into the break. We saw a bit of a misstep, floated the flop with essentially air, hit second pair on the turn, and check raise jammed into the flush, drawing dead. What do you think? What do you think happened there?
Yeah, I think she's just trying to leverage her chip stack, and also it was a board texture that you could argue is going to favor the big blind. I think it's incredibly unfortunate timing to just run into top of range, because so often she's just going to get folds. Like any pair without a diamond, even pairs with a diamond are going to struggle calling off there. So pretty unfortunate timing to obviously run into a turn flush. And yeah, it doesn't surprise me that, you know, she has a stack, because obviously we see that hand as like a small sample, if you will, where she gets snapped off by the flush, but so often she's just taking down pots and redlining and building a stack. So hopefully she can kind of shake it off on break.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, it's actually a good result to hit the break right after, because it's the right time to shake off a move like that. And you're so right, you know, I actually made missteps, quote-unquote missteps like that by being hyper-aggressive in a tournament once. And I ended up, you know, min-cashing with a stack that should have been maybe guaranteeing me a deep run. And I was disappointed in myself. And little did I know that the other players on the table actually wanted to stake me afterwards. So, you know, aggression is like often rewarded in poker, and elite players recognize that. And I'm glad you shouted out actually how she was being hyper-aggressive, and that's necessarily a good thing. Coming to our feature table now, which has been reset now, we're getting to that stage of the tournament, down to 7 tables, where I am starting to see some familiar faces, which is why I love covering day 2s and day 3s. Really get to see the storylines, at least some of the storylines and some of the superstars as the day unfolds and as the tournament unfolds. Looking at the chip stack, Nguyen Van, 137 big blinds, 1.4 million. That is the person who I mentioned perhaps was getting a massage slightly shirtless, maybe coasting the final table that hard. That's Van Sang Win. An absolutely monster stack and the clear chip leader in the tournament. Does have a healthy stack of Woo-Duck Chung on his left, which is going to be a great position for him to be in. Wu has just been an absolute crusher. I think he came runners-up in a main event at the APT before this, so certainly somebody to look out for. Apart from that, we will continue to introduce you to the other players and some of the newer faces at this feature table. Man in seat 8, not a new face in fact, Adrian Tantaro, was on the feature table in the exact same seat a couple of segments ago. From France. Another familiar face, Calvin.
Experience and having that experience under your belt by having like a final table run before or a second place finish. A lot of people underestimate how important experience is, and you can really tell when we do get down to the final 3, final 2 tables, the guys that are comfortable, that have been here before, and the people that are maybe in a massive spot for the first time of their life.
Yeah, that experience also enables you to pull the trigger in situations you otherwise might not, including that bluff, or that check raise jam, I should say, we saw from Win on the previous feature table. It is actually experience that allows you to just go for it.
Did you see that bluff from Rampage Poker?
Indeed I did, on the epic live stream of the cash game. I mean, what a...
Yeah.
I'm amazed at that situation. Just to summarize it in one sentence, the man is representing Ace King on Queen Jack 10 and gets top set to fold. That's incredible.
Yeah, that was yeah, just Rampage doing Rampage things, man. I love that guy.
Same here. This is a great addition to the poker content world.
Yeah, you talk about experience in massive spots, like that guy, as young as he is, does have quite a bit of experience now under his belt, playing for a lot of money.
Three Vietnamese players on this feature table. Seat 5, Go Van Dat. It's been a constant presence on the poker felts. Also runs very successful influencer agency. I think Greg has been vying to get his attention all day, Henry, as you might imagine.
Ah. Okay.
Then, of course, the chip leader, Van Sang Wen, 1.35 million, absolute monster stack. And we just shouted out Woo-Duck Chung, very experienced, on his left. So 3 Vietnamese players in a row, followed by Adrian from France. Finds the ace-9 off and the raise under the gun +2. Calvin Tan from Singapore in the sleeveless hoodie. Has been pretty snug all day, making some great plays. Aces for Aki Koichi from Japan. 16 bigs, sort of an awkward stack. You want a 3-bet jam, but you want to induce action as well. You know you're getting a lot of folds if you 3-bet jam. What to do, what to do? Not too many wrong answers, but a 3-bet with this stack size looks extremely strong. That is what he goes for.
Yeah, taking a little bit too much time there. Maybe I'm just nitpicking because I can see the 2 aces. That felt really strong in terms of live reads.
It's only natural to be excited when you find aces, but it's really hard to not look strong when you put 40% of your stack in there as a 3-bet. Ace-9 off, not one of those hands that has to call it off by any means. That's the fold. Good timing to fold. Ace-9 about the worst hand you can have against aces. 6% equity, I believe I read there. So the question of the day, do we get down to 48 players or do we play out 2 levels? Just depends how much people don't want to bust, but Given the pay jumps are relatively small right now, see it going either way. 61 players left out there still in the field. I think the line is getting closer to the 48 players, Henry, but like you said, it's going to be close.
Yeah, we're like, what, 14 off now?
Yeah, 13, I believe. All the players guaranteed 62 million. Vietnamese dong, the next pay jump, 7 million up to 69 million. That is where we'll end the day. I point that out just to say, not too aggressive a pay jump to play for. Certainly, eyes need to be on the prize right now. Going for first place finish, and if not that, the obvious milestone of making the final table. But there is something to be said about the milestone of making day 3, even if there's no particular pay jump involved. Been grinding it out for 10 hours and counting now. In fact, 11 hours. And just give you the chance to reset, come back fresh, play your best. Check out those flags. Singapore right up top, Japan, seat 3, the UK, seat 4, Australia, 5, 6, 7 from Vietnam, as I mentioned, seat 8 from France. Love to see it.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, end of the day, you get to reset. You get to go home, kind of evaluate the amount of chips that you're bringing into play the next day. Maybe look at some charts, kind of brush up on some of your rejam spots, all of that kind of good stuff. Just gives you that added sense of confidence going into day 3.
And by the way, have a table redraw while you're at it. Maybe you're on a table full of sickos and you want to just wait it out.
There's also that. There's definitely that. The variance in poker extends way beyond the equities.
Chip leader limping the small blind. Always curious to see how these interactions go. Blind versus blind. It's a funny thing on this board. The chip leader can still have an ace in their range. This is as part of a limping or a limping full range strategy. Big blind, on the other hand, tough for them to have an ace considering the check behind. Time to get busy. Queen high, the best hand. Does have a gut shot to Broadway. Bets it out.
Yeah,
Kicks it
definitely uncapped. Has equity, has 2 overs to the 4 and deuce. Also wants to just protect a little bit against gut shots, or you know, even hands like 9-7 that have 6 clean outs going to the river.
So as I mentioned, Henry, a lot of these faces were actually on the feature table earlier in the day. It's always great to see how far they've come. Not only cashing, but having healthy stacks at this stage in the tournament. Mentioned a few of them already. Mom and Dad is the one on the screen, seat 5. As Greg pointed out helpfully to me, his hoodie is baby blue in color, which is why it's easy for me to recognize him from the previous feature table.
Shout out
despite
Baby
the mask.
Blue.
Baby blue. Nathan Steven, considering some moves maybe. King 6 suited, let's go. All eyes on the chip leader, 8-5 off. Folds the button. How about that? I thought it's your poker god-given right to raise the button with any 2. if you're a monster chip leader.
You say it was 8-5 offsuit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm opening. He's like overwhelming chip leader as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those spots where you pretend to look at your hand and then just open. And if you have aces, then you limp. Flush draw for Chung. Actually checks the flush draw. Adrian, wonder if he can rep a little something something here. He's likely gonna get the bad news. Vu is fairly aggressive.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of the check with the queen high diamonds. Overcard to the board. Get to check call. Means you get to have flushes, obviously, when diamonds do roll off.
Vu adds some outs, or some perceived outs that he doesn't need. Now drawing to the gut shot. Adrian needs to decide if he wants to give up this hand. Indeed, that is the route he takes. Drawing pretty slim here. Now Vu can't know that he's ahead with queen high necessarily. Has to decide what he does with his missed diamonds. Can certainly rep having a 4 or going for 10 value with a 10, given how the hand plays out. But actually checks. Likely thinking there's a chance he's ahead, or a little bit worried about the king, which shows down his hand proudly. He's going to take this one down.
Queen is good. Vu with the needle. It's like, you just show down that nonsense? No bluff? Guess having the jack of diamonds isn't great. It's got the Bruce Lee, be a water, my friend, on his cap. If that wasn't picked up on a Vietnamese or like a Thai night market, then I don't know where you get that from.
Great catch. That is indeed correct. And I think you're likely right about the night market. If I'm in a night market, by the way, and I saw that hat, I'd have to pick it up.
Yeah,
too
it's
sick.
a strong hat. Definitely had our fair share of big hands pre-flop, but yet to have any real like major collisions post-flop. Obviously, we had the 10s against the turn trip 9s for Elky. Other than that, I don't really recall many flops where it's just been fireworks.
Well, how about fireworks pre-flop? The chip leader waking up with not much of hand, but certainly the gumption. 3 bets, a small 3 bet to 45,000. And still has all the leverage, considering that the pre-flop, the undergun +2 player has only 14 bigs behind. Ace-Jack suited. Very, very strong hand for Lok Ching Lee from Australia. But the small 3 bet has to be worrisome. Pretty sick spot.
Yeah, really leaning into that middling stack. I mean, this is out of line, but he's applied the right amount of pressure pre. It's going to play the rest of the hand in position. Watching Lee just coming with call.
Just outflops his opponent. Domination rotation, as we call it. Win, just the chip leader. 3-betting, being aggressive, being against a hand that dominates him, and just getting the board he needs. Reaching for chips and a tiny continuation bet once again, demanding about 20% of Lee's stack with the 2 overs in the back doors. Once again, a sick spot.
It's so sick because, I mean, there's just not really much you can do. You've got 11 bigs back. This is like a quarter of your stack, even if you do think your opponent's up to no good.
Lays it down. Pretty tough situation there, and kudos to the chip leader. Applies the pressure. Frankly, the pair on the flop almost irrelevant. Just takes it down with aggression. Wheels his stack the way you expect a chip leader with the out-and-out chip lead too. Van Sang win. Over $380,000 in live tournament cashes. Certainly looking to add a huge amount to that total. Clear chip lead. Over 140 bigs. Nathan Steven, ace-4 on the gun, easy fold. I have no idea what Nathan looks like, by the way. Apart from that epic hat. A mask, a shadow over his eyes. Black background. Could be anyone under there.
Couple of stacks going to look to get busy sooner rather than later at this table. Adrian, one of them. Sub 20 bigs.
Easiest 3-bet jam ever with kings. Shortest stack on the table. Adrian has run into it. Likely to see a quick release here. I say likely because sometimes I don't see the point of posturing when you have a weak hand on the button. I mean, what kind of a poker player would you be if you're not opening slightly light on the button? I don't think you need to maintain your tight on the button image. Probably rather have the opposite. Chip leader
Van
has
Wyn has heaps.
Yeah, I was just doing the math myself. I mean, pretty close to having the rest of the table covered, and we're talking about an 8 max table. That is insane. Average
It's got to have close
stack.
to like final 15 players.
Oh, easy. Average stack, I believe, close to 400K. Wuduk Chung on the hijack. Let's it go. Wu, by the way, rocking almost 600,000 in lifetime earnings. Once again, looking to add a huge amount to that total, of course. So Henry, I'll pose a question that I asked Greg. Thoughts on the sleeveless hoodie? You can be unfiltered.
I got a couple of friends. That rock them. Personally, doesn't suit me. It's like, what are you trying to achieve? It's like the guys that wear camouflage trousers and then high-vis jackets. You know, like, are you trying to be seen, or are you trying to be disguised? Like, are you trying to be invisible? So it's like, are you trying to be warm, or are you trying to get a tan? What's going on?
Trying to get a tan on the arms, but protect the head.
The old farmer's tan.
.4 from the big blind. Gets limp called from the small. Queen 10 v Queen 9. Whiff on the board. All advantage in favor of the pre-flop aggressor in a case like that. And Nathan with the mystery face. Leading out. Small, tiny bet. Enough to get the job done. Well played.
Bravo.
Using position and stack sizes to his advantage there. So 5 effective short stacks between 11 and 20 bigs. 2 middling stacks and of course the 1 monster stack, 140 bigs. Probably 60-ish players left in the field. Between 10 and 12 players away from the end of day. Either that or the end of next level.
Do you think we're gonna... Right, now that we're here, so we're like, what, 12 off. What do you think?
Yeah, I haven't checked the latest, but we're probably 10 off, and I still think it's damn close. It really could go either way. I'd take either side of the bet. I mean, I really wouldn't know which way to go.
So.
But let me just say, the players' party is on. If you're a player and you're watching this stream, just keep the stream on and head to the party. And say hi in chat.
Oh, and watch the stream from the venue.
Yeah, tell us how it is. At least until we join. Go on that. Opening under the gun. King, queen. 8 high board. Question is, with 16 bigs, 60k in the middle, 160k behind. How does he choose to navigate this? Certainly going to make a standard continuation bet against a small blind defense. Bluffing with the best hand, gets it through.
Small blind pill. Bit loose for my liking there. Feels like against an under the gun open. You're just going to get yourself in more trouble than good can happen.
Yeah, apart from some very specific flop smashes, really nothing is going to make you too comfortable there. As it turns out, his king was dominated. If you hit the 10 against an under the gun open, even if it's top pair, are you really that comfortable? Ace queen suited for the chip leader under the gun.
With the goods, my man. What a beautiful looking hand. It's definitely caused more pain than probably any other hand in poker, apart from jacks.
Which just makes me remember Doyle Brunson, R.I.P. Ace queen and jacks, he used to say. Tough hands to play. A lot of newer generation players enjoyed correcting him on how profitable jacks were. Well, yeah, duh. Doesn't mean they're not tough to play. Folds all the way to Dad, who will certainly be defending that pretty looking suited connector. Flops best. 8-3-6. Pairs the 6, but also has plenty of backdoors with the diamonds. Van has missed completely. And checks behind. Good timing. That board smashing the range of the big blind defense. How about a diamond for the backdoor flush draw as well? Just some added comfort. And that might, yeah, there we go. Starts reaching for chips. Feels comfortable he's ahead here. Any hand better than middle pair on that flop. Likely to be betting on the flop. Guess the ace high to call. King on the river doesn't change much. Is a bit of a scare card. Obviously Van could easily have ace king. He has ace queen here. Love this. Going for some value. Likely realizing he can represent a lot of missed draws here. Get calls from hands such as ace high, which is what Van has. Maybe even something like pocket fours, pocket fives.
Yeah, it's gone for a blockish sizing. Does feel like he's opening the door to get put in the bin on this river when he blocks. The ace queen making the discipline fold. It is tough. I'm blocking diamonds. I'm blocking all the straight draws.
Yeah, you're basically opening yourself up to being just absolutely put in the blender. But in the meanwhile, maybe you can squeak in some value, you know. It's one of those situations where just willing to risk it, hoping your opponent is not as aggressive. That's what you're hoping. So some of the players letting the cards do the talking. Stack sizes have a lot to do with that. Others getting super busy, no matter what they're holding. Aki finds the cards in this case. Player from Japan, 16 bigs, pocket eights. Did find aces not too long ago. First real hand he's had since. Rags behind him so far. Reaches the blinds and pocket tens in the small blind.
Well, this is the really interesting decision here is like, has Aki raised from the hijack to fold to a jam? Playing off of 16? We're not going to get to find out.
Very interesting decision. Pocket tens going conservative against a short stack. Bit surprising. Lets the big blind in the form of Van Nguyen catch up to top pair with the king six of clubs. Check, check to the pre-flop raiser, who might think he has likely the best hand. There we go, puts in small chunk of his already dwindling stack into the middle. 25, I believe.
Yeah, don't fault him for thinking he has the best hand here. One overcard to his eights, obviously.
Perhaps by the same
May
logic.
end up getting 2 customers, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, Dad does make the correct call against the pre-flop raiser, but little does he know. The chip leader is flop best behind him. Van might be interested in bumping it up. He can't be too afraid of the small stack of the pre-flop raiser. Aki in seat 2. Even Ngovan's dad's stack is not too worrisome at 22 bigs. There's a lot of equity to deny on a board, such as king 3-4 with 2 hearts. Small chance he is against a king, most likely in the hands of Aki, but does have the goods here and the stack to run with. Throws in a time bank, wants to think this one through.
Yeah, certainly an interesting spot. Like you said, check raising and just stacking off against Aki.
That is what he does. Effectively commits himself, at least against a shorter stack. More likely than not, is going to find 2 folds here. Does have the potential of having a draw, but look at the sizing too, by the way. Only 60k. I mean, he's just realized he does not need to be sizing up in most scenarios, but this is an interesting one too. Almost seems like he's 3-bet with the intention of being able to fold with just 60k behind.
Yeah, I guess also kind of making it this sizing so that he has a step against Aki. Should Aki come over the top, it would kind of squeeze out Van Dat.
Yeah, but with 124k in Aki's stack, I mean, he had a lot more room to ensure that, to almost signal that, which is something you do sometimes when you want to signal a lot of strength, which is to say you size exactly the amount that would give you the ability to re-raise, was the shorter stack to go all in. Not the case here, and it gets the fold. I mean, what do you do here with tens? You just have to let it go. It's too strong. Correct fold, as it turns out. Slight misstep there for Govan Dad. Got a little bit fancy, flatting tens on the small blind. Perhaps a little bit gun-shy against the perceived strength of the small blind open, but that hand could have gone a lot more differently, most likely in the favor of that. As it happens, the rich get richer.
They do indeed. Be that time of the tournament.
And you can clearly tell, Henry, suddenly survival matters a lot more than it did, perhaps just a level ago. As soon as we hit the bubble, you expect players to loosen up. Now that we're reaching at least the business end of the day as it comes to surviving to the next day, thereby giving yourself a shot to go for what matters, final table, first place prize. Players are just valuing their chips ever so slightly more. As they should.
That end of day 2 bubble always looming. Not many people, you know, get the chance to bag for a day 3, man. Especially in a main event.
True story. And let's not forget the EV of having those endorphins all day, or all night at least, of having made day 3, being in the running, making that call to your friends and family and saying, hey, I'm 47 players away from winning first place at an APT main event.
This is some very tight folds, by the way. Very tight folds. And you can typically tell when it's coming towards the end of the day because you have the 2 types of people, like the people that are just trying to sneak into day 3 and then the people that just still happily take their spots as and when they're presented to them.
For sure. And mind you, the good players are picking up on exactly the type of players who are trying to make it to day 3 and bouncing on them.
Talking of good players, any Indians left in the mix?
Hey, great point, actually. There was Kunal Patni, who I saw on break, had been reduced to a slightly shorter stack, one of India's best. Been doing well all of day 2. Clearly made the money. I'm yet to find out whether he's still in the mix or not. I think a few others as well. We did see one of India's best players also effectively bubble. Went out in 88th, I believe, or 89th rather.
Oh, yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Ashish Manot, online crusher as well as live crusher. Nishant Sharma, who's been a very active presence at the APT. Met him earlier today. He said he was on 4 hours of sleep. I wondered why. Not like him to not be disciplined. Turns out, plays the day 2 of the day 1, I should say, of the main event. Bags it up, jumps into the high roller, comes second for 37,000 USD.
Wow, what a life. How about that for a river, by the way? Adrian just finding it.
It's the old Barry Greenstein 3-outer. When you have 11 bigs and a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio almost. That ace is a welcome sight. And now, needs to find the heart to make a value bet here. I think it's a must value bet spot, I should say. Considering the way the action has gone, and certainly Vu is not checking much weaker holdings to him on the river. There we go. Love to see it. Cuts out a value bet. Can represent a lot of bluffs and really look like he's trying to represent the ace without having it. Vu's in a tough spot here.
Yeah, it's certainly a river card that he'd be expected to barrel. I'm a big fan of this sizing as well. Not many bluffs. 7s through 9s. That's pretty much really it.
Vu, by the way, made a relatively epic hero call early on in day 2 with middle pair on a pretty dangerous board. Is he looking to repeat, find that hero call glory? It's actually what catapulted his stack to begin with. Would not be surprised if that hand is playing into his head. That's a time bank I believe he tossed in. It does look super strong.
Yeah, really, it does, man, and it like really doesn't beat much. Like, list 3 bluffs under the gun. Like it's 7s through 9s.
Funnily enough,
King 10, Jack 10.
that
Doesn't
hero
make
call that I
sense.
just mentioned, I mean, I couldn't even list a single bluff. It was a triple barrel with air. And Vu just had second pair. Just called it off. Was correct in that instance. Obviously would not be here.
Hero.
Extremely experienced player, Vu. Over 600k in earnings, and there we go, that experience perhaps showing. Lets it go in the right spot. I'm always impressed when somebody uses multiple time banks to find a fold. So often you're throwing in time banks trying to convince yourself into a call, but that's the difference between a top poker player and one who's just splashing around perhaps.
Yeah, I could agree more. In not becoming invested into the time that you've invested and still making the right decision.
I remember a simple thing Phil Galfond once said in one of his videos or perhaps in coaching. Just had a simple change in his mentality. Was when he started asking himself, can I find a fold here? Just that phrasing. As opposed to, can I find a call here? It's like, can I really work hard to justify a fold? And you work your brain in that direction. Makes so much difference to how you see poker sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Phil Galfond, just the absolute GOAT.
Could not agree more. Love that guy. Can only guess how many poker players' skill that is, he has improved over the years through all the free content he's put out there. All in on the gun +1 for Aki. 12 bigs. Certainly theoretically okay, but high variance play. 5 players to get past behind him. It's worked out so far until the big blind. Queen 9 likely to weak. Well done. Picks up the chips in the middle. Adds about 20% to his stack. Trying to lean in there, Henry, and see how many players left. I think I count 57, maybe 58 players left. 10 away from the money. 10 away from the end of day 2. Like. Excuse me.
We're getting there. Real business end of day 2. There we go.
Next level in 15 minutes. 59 players remaining. Average big blind, 40. 11 away. So an hour 15 minutes is what we're looking at, or 11 eliminations. I'm now officially starting to lean more and more towards hitting the end of level 20 before we hit 48 players. There's this element of perhaps if you've stuck around this long, you're incentivized to just ride it out. And thanks to the structure, you know, with all the time banks, if somebody's really incentivized to ride it out and survive today, there are no pay jumps, of course, but if they really think there's some reason they want to make it to day 3, they really can just pull it off, you know, use time banks, etc. Obviously hoping...
other than the 147k up top.
Yeah, I mean, there is that incentive to quote-unquote make it to day 3. I just mean, you know, if somebody really thinks that the goal is to make it to day 3 as opposed to getting in their money in a spot where it gives them the best chance, it is on offer. So another reason perhaps you might hit the end of level 20 before we see 11 more eliminations, but never know. Go either way. And yeah, eyes on the prize, of course. 145k USD up top.
There we go. These payouts, man. Love to see it. It is so reassuring, especially over like the last couple of years, post-COVID. Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, pokers dying, this, that, and the other, speculation going around, and it's just been the absolute opposite, man. And you have fields like this. Definitely reassuring for the future of poker.
For sure. And they're growing event by event. That's the best sign. Thanks to the positive feedback loop that the players create. Thanks, perhaps in part, to our marketing team doing a great job, putting the word out there, putting out some great content out there, incentivize people. How about the jack on the turn? Comfortable 2-pair now for Calvin. The gut shot for the chip leader. Oh, excuse me. I believe I saw a jack on the flop on the actual camera.
Look that way.
Shows a deuce of spades. Slight incorrect graphic. There we see it, the actual. So it's actually 10-7 deuce of spades, jack of diamonds, king of hearts. Ignored the graphic for the moment. But Calvin has 2-pair. Flop was monotone. Time to get some value. Or attempt to anyway. Chip leader only has bottom pair. All in, he says. 115 into 85, easy fold for the chip leader. $1.5 million chips. Chip leading the tournament right now.
Yeah, blind's about to go up as well, so those 20 big blind stacks going to really feel the pinch. The final hour of play.
And how about the endorphins of ending day 2 with the chip lead? Something Van Nguyen is at least steadily on the path for.
Yeah, something I've only ever done once in my life.
How did it feel?
Felt pretty good. Not gonna lie. Did feel pretty good.
Is there some pressure maybe? Of like, the only way is down from here or something?
There is definitely that, yeah. But we went into the final day with 18 left and 100k up top. And I was just like, you know what? Whatever happens, happens. And then first orbit into day 3, I get ace king into ace king. And I just turn the nut flush, as you do, for
brother.
like all the chips. So I was like, okay, this is just, you know, this is just happening.
As Mike Madison used to shout sometimes, it's my time.
Has
All
it ever been
in
that guy's
from the
time?
ace queen. This might get called. 165k to call. Under gun +2 open. Button jams. Pocket sevens. Has the shorter stack of Adrian covered. Is this the spot you take the flip? It is not. Lets it go.
Definitely some tight plays. But again, just kind of going back to the structure, it can kind of sound like excuse making on the player's behalf, but you know, we've just seen it on so many times today, so many occasions where you just don't get put to the test post-flop. It's going to be a lot less likely that that's going to be the case going into like the final day, because the caliber of player remaining, you know, in theory, is going to be a lot tougher to compete with. But still seeing a lot of passiveness, both pre and post flop.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about the likelihood of that decreasing going forward. There's just going to be more and more to fight for, not just in terms of chips, but pay jumps. But you're right in the sense that in any main event, you're going to have a wide distribution of player caliber, player types. So there's going to be a lot more attempts at picking up chips in the middle that might be against passive players. And there's logic to not wanting to call off a huge chunk of your stack. You want to be aggressive with it. But certainly a theoretical call there, pocket sevens. Just about how much variance you want to face. Certainly could be behind a higher pair, but a flip puts you in good position coming to day 3. That's the decision making. How about this situation? Speaking of pocket sevens, pocket fives goes all in, shortest stack, under 10 bigs, under the gun. Pocket sevens is a small blind. Not too much bigger a stack there with the 12 bigs. Very similar decision. Probably thinks he's flipping at best, but as it happens, he has his opponent dominated. This would be a rough one to let go if Aki finds the fold here. Yes, the shove is from under the gun, but let's not forget in our structure, the big blind ante creeping up gets a lot of loose under the gun and under the gun +1 shoves from shorter stacks. Something Aki might want to take into consideration.
Yeah, also the blinds are going
Wow.
up. Wow. Yeah, that's a tight fold.
That is tight. What a result there for Lee. Shoves pocket fives, gets pocket sevens to fold from the small blind. These crazy situations where you don't bust the tournaments in spots where you were otherwise quote-unquote supposed to. I love watching the butterfly effect as we get into day 3, you know, if Lee survives and has a deep run, look back on a hand like this and just wonder what could have been. I'll tell you what, I really hope Aki isn't revealing what he folded there. That is information he does not want to be giving out.
He's talking to someone next to him, right?
Yeah, to the
Yeah,
player who was
maybe.
all in fact. Lok Ching Lee.
Maybe.
Man, the chip leader, relatively passive. I mean, not really using his sort of table captain position that he easily could acquire by wielding his monster stack. As a result, the players behind him, including that, not afraid to open. Ace-3 suited on the gun. Likely to get through. 4 deuce. Suited though. 9 bigs. Could find the stop and go. That is what he does. Likely aiming to get it in there if he flops a decent piece. That is a piece for sure. And it is actually ahead.
Yeah. It's got to go in. The blind's going up, what, 2-3 minutes from now? I actually don't hate, at this stack depth, check jamming, because you do just get random ace highs, king, queen, king 10 to stab. That would potentially fold to a check jam, so that way you actually get to extract this additional, like, 21k. It is under the gun v big blind, so it has to be somewhat concerned.
There we go. Gets it in.
Love to
good.
see it.
60k to call. I think that might be committed here. Just depends how tight people are being again. This would be for 60k out of his 165k rather from his 160k stack. That's 6.5 bigs. He has 16 of them left. He likely knows he has the right pot odds. An ace is going to be good a lot of the time. And of course a deuce would give him the wheel. Plus a small chance he's ahead to begin with against all the draws that might be shoving. Question is, how much variance does he want to court here? Very interesting, Henry. I've never seen a table being tight. Fascinating me so much. Wow, look at that. Finds the fold.
Yeah, that's why I'm actually a big fan of check jamming rather than just lead jamming. And I think a lot of people make that mistake. Like when they get to sub 10 bigs, they just automatically assume that, oh, okay, I'm in stop and go territory. But you can still extract like 2-3 big blinds by check jamming, and you do still have fold equity as well.
Yeah, very well played there.
Very well
Effectively
played.
extracting max value. As you mentioned, Henry, I think we're a few minutes away from the blinds going up to the final level.
Certainly looks that way.
Hand 200. 200 hands today. Playing out the full day effectively. They started at effectively noon, half an hour delay. 11 hours into the day. Talk about a grind. King 9 gets it in there from the cutoff. What happened to the tied table here? Some frustration perhaps from that sevens fold.
Well, if this is cut off, I guess it's fine. But yeah, no, I'm in the exact same boat as you, where I find this stuff really peculiar.
I guess just
Well,
a
like
heavy
some
weightage.
very obvious plus. Wow, this is close. This has to be a call.
I don't know. After what I've seen on this table, I could go either way. After all, he just picked up some hard-earned chips. And he likely thinks that he's flipping at best and is behind all kinds of aces. Yes, the occasional queen-jack suited. Turns out king-9 in the shoving range. Still 12.5 bigs. What a result this would be. There we go. Does let it go. And I'm not surprised, Henry. I have to say, I was surprised to hear you say this has to go in. You've been at some elite tournaments, my man. This is not.
Yeah, some massive commentary adjustments need to be made.
Yeah. Not surprised to see the fold there, given the dynamics that we've seen so far. But how about King 9 getting it done and getting King Queen to fold? I mean, what a result. Cracks a smile, Aki.
Yeah, he looks smug, man. He's like, yeah, I got him.
Mind you, against the same opponent, he made the difficult sevens lay down.
I think I just spotted the clock. I want to say down to 53 as we head into the final level of the day. Gonna be close.
Keeping it close.
Potential trouble for win here. Both players flopping top pair.
Tough card for Nathan. 4-2 straight on the board. Difficult to extract value, of course, and also all kinds of chops suddenly possible. 4's not one of them. Nathan has the best hand. Should be looking to get some value given the check, but not in this case. Shows it down.
Yeah, definitely a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, I hear you, Henry, but, you know, Van has certainly been one of the more passive chip leaders I've seen so far, and surely that hasn't gone unnoticed. On one hand, if Van had a queen, perhaps you would have heard from him on the river, and also, you can bet the two pair. You know, he has 38 big blinds in his stack, Nathan. You can bet the two pair and evaluate if he faced some resistance.
You've been playing much this month?
Yeah, a little bit actually online. Been enjoying playing some tournaments. Yeah, you know, so much poker around me. We don't really get a chance to play at these stops, so you are feeling those itchy fingers.
I was thinking maybe maybe after Incheon, once the final events of the year are announced, that we could maybe pick a festival to go to as just players and just like enjoy being on the felt, you know?
Absolutely.
As a player. Go and fire the main, fire a couple of the side events. not win any money, but you know, have a good time.
Yeah, let's face it. Let's face it. Probably sitting there commentating in our own heads as we slowly bleed out.
Happy to give it all away.
I want to fire these Super Hold'em and Crazy Pineapples, man. That
Dude,
seems super
I would
fun.
love, yeah, I would love to see you fire the Super Hold'em.
Sounds ridiculous. It's like half Hold'em, half BLO as a game. But yeah, I've been playing online here and there, mostly tournaments, just given, you know, what we do here and what we try and learn. But had some okay results, but had to face like a really sick beat, which I had trips on the flop and it came runner runner, and the opponent had nut flush runner runner. And
Okay.
I have to say, I was with a friend at the time. I was playing on my phone actually, and he was just so bothered by the beat because he was just like so revolted by what he saw. But after commentating on all the crazy situations as we have, I just sort of took it, you know, try to maintain the attitude of some of the elite players we've seen over the
There we
course of
go.
our adventures. Really got inspired by some of the mindset these players have, and yeah, just took it in my stride. Feel good about that.
Oh, well done, man. That's definitely a big step forward. I think to a lot of people it might seem pretty insignificant and whatnot, but like long term, that mindset to just let it go and move on to the next hand is huge.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. Just ordered a pizza. Went on with my life.
Not sure about that, but a bit of
Well, Henry, next step
what's it called?
is to emotionally regulate the pizza ordering. But for now,
There we go.
I'll take it as a win. Here we go. Find some pep in his step. Lok Ching Lee with the 8s. 3-bet jams. And I think Nathan is going to be in a 6th spot here. The hands we've seen so far, any indication. I suspect a tight laydown. 6 is certainly in the range of flipping at best. And in this case, utterly dominated. I do want to point out a key difference from when Aki had the pocket 7s is that it was an open jam from the small stack as opposed to a 3-bet jam from a relatively medium stack, 15 bigs. Nathan deciding, does he want to take what he might perceive as a possible flip? He does. Sees the bad news. Clearly in the mindset of wanting to go for it, realizing that he's likely flipping, in this case dominated though.
Well, good luck, gentlemen.
Queen Jack 4, nothing to help the 6s. Clubs no good. Suits are covered by the 8 of clubs. 6 and a 6 only. It's going to knock out Lee, or else he doubles up. Flush for Lok Ching Lee. And now a healthy stack of 33 big blinds after grinding out the short stack for a long time.
Yeah, fantastic pickup there. Last level of the day. Some
Whoa.
breathing room.
Look at that trophy, Henry.
Yeah,
Staring us right in the face.
That was a sick close-up there.
Beautiful new era APT main event trophy. 54 players remaining, 6 away from that 48 marker, but also 52 minutes away from hitting the end of the day. That would complete out a full 12-hour day for these players. Blue's open from the cutoff, but why not? That's what chip leading is for.
Especially given how tight the table's been playing. I would really be leaning into this, especially with like suited hands in late position.
Top pair for Calvin. $13 bigs. I suspect a continuation bet, given the nature of the flop and the fact that Van has absolutely whiffed. Now does Calvin find the check jam? Does he want to string along his opponent here? Certainly very likely to have the best hand. It's never easy to jam though. Can easily be up against an overpair. Even a better 8 is possible. And all kinds of diamonds are still going to continue even if you jam, but opens himself up to facing a bad card, and the bad card he does fine on the turn.
That's
wow. The 3 outer for Vam makes top pair. 3 diamonds now on the board. Calvin with the quick check. Man checks behind for pot control.
Yeah, picking up decent showdown on the turn, obviously.
Uglier and uglier for Calvin. Actually, he doesn't realize how much the river helps him not lose any more money after that unfortunate turn. And I suspect man checks behind him, gets the good news. Does have to show down his 9-5 suited, so finally revealing to the tables and the players on the table that he is opening loose in late position. But with 50 minutes to go towards the end of the day, not sure that matters too much at this point.
Look at that trophy. I want one.
Yeah, we were discussing this in Taiwan, but I think the rule should be whoever wins the main event has to buy a seat on the plane for the trophy. And if you're local, let's see, you have to take the trophy with you to dinner. It's late at night, Henry. Forgive me.
Almost, we're 4 minutes away from the night shift.
That's right. Pocket 8s for Nathan. Did make the difficult call with the pocket 6s. Lose a huge chunk of his stack. Now finds 8s under the gun. 25 bigs. About 45 minutes to go till the end of the day. Wow. Pocket kings. What timing. 11 bigs. Finds the pocket kings, and once again likely going to get back around to Nathan, and he's going to have a middling, slightly larger pocket pair this time, pocket 8s, to call off a small 3-bet all in.
2 minutes left on your bet, guys.
Tough spot, Henry, or automatic call?
Yeah, 8s is just way too strong for my liking to be folding here, even at the end of the day.
Shakes his head and angrily flips over his cards. Does have 20% equity. And 2
2
suits.
live flush draws.
Well, both of those are dead. 8 and an 8 only, some backdoors. That's one of them. Oh, and excuse me, it's not actually. The king would make the higher straight, and there we go. Kings find the double up.
Once again,
Oh, Van Dat.
Players, please go back to their seat.
Smiling
1
underneath his
minute
mask,
left
as we can tell. Nathan now down to 14 bigs. Back to back. Dominated situations.
Yeah, fantastic pickup for the local player, obviously. Getting the full double, last level of the day. Still stuck on 54 players. This one's really going to go down to the wire.
like a rough end to the day for Nathan Stephen, excuse me. 45 minutes left in the day. Let's still turn it around.
All right, here we go for the Crazy Pineapple Turbo. New blinds are 500, 1,000, 1,000 NT. Tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal. And the registration Crazy Pineapple Turbo are now officially closed.
Not gonna lie, I want to play some Crazy Pineapple.
I think I could just put on a disguise and hop in.
I wonder what the strategy is. Like, I'm sure there are some wizards out there, but when it comes to like drawing one card or like throwing one card, sorry.
Yeah, most of the time it's going to be like an easy decision, but every once in a while you probably need to like think about blockers, likely holdings, likely discards from other players. Probably can get really deep. And who knows, maybe it's the next No Limit Hold'em, man. We need some complexity to mix it up, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Especially if we keep having events like that during the series. I think more and more people will pick it up. More and more people introduce it to like home games and whatnot. This could definitely be over any minute now. I mean, we've got 3 sub-11 big blind stacks at our table. We're 6 off the end of the day. 6 more eliminations, that is.
Players definitely not being shy to get it in there. Not always with the most premium of holdings. Saw pocket 8s, 3-bet jam. Lok Ching Lee ended up getting the double up there.
Mấy thằng mấy học chơi chứ.
Ace-4 opens from the hijack. Suited variety. Lok Ching Lee likely considering some sort of a 3-bet jam. He has pocket 3s, but his opponent has only 14 big blinds. Simply makes the call. Gets out flopped. Dry board with an ace. Adrian's certainly going to be continuation betting, but has the advantage of really being able to rep some sort of a bluff because almost full range of pre-flop raising is going to continue on a board like this.
A relatively late position. All the suited broadways and whatnot. 3s obviously just finding the mark. Could be a cagey day tomorrow. Looks like we have had a couple of eliminations on the outer tables. Down to 52 if my eyes weren't deceiving me.
Indeed. Talk about it being close. Down to the wire. whether we hit the end of the level or 48 players. Could not have been closer. These tournament directors, man, they just know where to set the line, don't they?
Yeah, I was about to say it's almost as if we don't have some of the best in the business working with us.
Ace Queen now, early position. Adrian back-to-back hands. Gets this one through to the big blind. Rags. How about that? Climbs back up to the 22 big blind mark. Making it look easy.
Yeah, Adrian's chilling.
Aki once again shortest 9 bigs. Has to decide a spot to get it in. Unless he really does have that day 3 mentality. It's come to that point in the day that really any size stack, with the exception of truly tiny ones, can just time bank their way into day 3. But let's just point out, there are no real pay jumps for day 3 or even for 48th place. Everybody currently guaranteed 69.2 million. We did hit the pay jump for 55th place. So that's locked in. Next pay jump is actually at 39th place.
Wow, so pretty long old ways to go. But like you said, you know, making day 3, having the opportunity to rest, recoup, there's that added EV.
Yeah, it's not without merit. And what that really means is if you find yourself in a marginal spot, maybe you can give that some weightage.
Chip leader gets to defend.
Pretty good flop for jacks, all things considered. The jack high flush draw does go for pot control. Perhaps now is the time to put in some chips in position. No. Peels another one. Another safeguard. And checks with his king high. Pretty much has to know he's behind. Perhaps losing to only something like a queen, jack, jack 10. Who does find the value bet, but gets the fold. So things perhaps officially slowing down now. If that hand is any indicator, Henry. I think players very understandably in the mood to wrap things up here. 12th hour of play.
Yeah, all these middling stacks as well, like I think they're the guys that are kind of playing the tightest, if you will. Because they can comfortably bag for day 3. And they're just being very risk averse at the moment. just not taking a lot of like super standard spots from what we've seen.
Who can blame them? It's tough to stay focused for 12 hours, play your best, take marginal spots every time, put your tournament life at risk. Not to mention...
Like this just should go in 6-handed, right? Nice. Love to see it.
Well done. Calvin, not letting that day 3 bubble get to his head. Fairly aggressive jam under the gun +1. 11 bigs. Gets all the way through to the big blind, which has the same hand. Much easier to shove the hand than to call with it. There we go. Great result for Calvin. Nice pickup.
And just the overwhelming chip leader. Be really strong going into day 3.
We're down to under 10% of the field. 52 out of 581. And we keep talking about the day 3 bubble, but how about just feeling that you're just 50 players away from that insane 145,000 USD first place prize? Really maybe start valuing your chips, seeing the whole situation a bit differently. Feels a lot more within reach all of a sudden.
Yeah, especially if you're playing like an average stack as well. A lot of good things can happen from an average stack going into day 3.
Wow. This needs to get called. Aki, after all the patience, does find a good spot to get it in. Pocket 7 on the gun +1. Lok Ching Li wakes up with ace king. And we are going to be flipping. Or are we?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. The pre-flop coolers we were waiting for. Duck obviously, what, 35 effective against Lok?
Certainly most of his stack needs to go into the middle were he to continue with this hand. Lok has only flat called. Aki's raise has not gone all in behind him. Perhaps for this very reason, somebody might wake up with a monster behind him. But can he really fold ace king to any raise? Not really.
5-way all in to end the day.
That'd be sick. Wow. Finds the fold. Certainly the conservative route. Ace king would have been flipping against both hands. Actually would have been in a pretty good spot too to accumulate a lot of chips. As it happens, going to be flipping only against one hand.
Oh, Aki with a massive lifeline there, obviously.
Never mind. Ace right on the flop. Tens would have been in trouble. That does it for Aki. GG, sir. Hard luck. Gotta win some flips sometimes, not this time around. And Lokcheng Lee, at one point the shortest stack, has climbed up to a very respectable 50 big blinds or so. Just a hair under, it turns out. Aki eliminated in what seems like 52nd place. 31 minutes to go, Henry. Could go either way still, my man. 3 eliminations
Yeah,
to go.
this has really been timed to perfection.
It's a bit crazy, actually. You know what it reminds me of? You know how Google Maps always knows your exact time of arrival?
Okay.
This is like our tournament directors just knowing the exact time of the 49th player getting eliminated. I mean, this is insane.
Wait, Google Maps always knows your time of arrival?
Well, you know how it estimates your estimated time of arrival? And then no matter whether you drive faster, whether you take some other route, like somehow you're within like a couple of minutes or whatever Google said you would be, even if it's like a 2-hour drive.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, but do you know what it can't predict?
What's that?
It can't predict someone pulling out in front of you and you crashing head on into them in a motorbike accident.
Oh,
Didn't tell me that, did it?
I'm sorry to bring it up.
God damn it, Google.
Glad you're okay, mate. It's a crazy one.
It could have said 300 meters down the road, a motorbike will pull out in front of you.
I know. Where's AI when you need it? Calvin finds the all-in from the big blind. 3-bet jam. Incredible stuff. Van simply posturing. No way he can call this off. Great spot to pick. Knows that the chip lead is going to open super wide. Late position. Good stuff there.
Yeah, nice little pick up there. Nice to see him just taking the spot as and when it's presented to him.
And now all these middle stacks can certainly feel it. They know they can coast into day 3 if they so desire.
Yeah, they're feeling it, man. Blind going up to 12k, 30 minutes left on the clock. They can feel the pinch.
Once again, the chip leader getting busy. Ragged ace. Got shoved on last time around. Does not let that affect him. Raises, as he should, with his monster stack and his hand.
There's someone in the background calling for their one time.
Well, now's the time to do it.
I'm not sure, man. I think I'd save it for an APT final table. Not 50 left.
Yeah, but how else do you make it to the final table if you don't ask for your one time?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Burning your one time is a key part of the strategy. Conflicting opinions on that. I believe we've seen another elimination on one of the outer tables. Perhaps the person asking for the one time did not get it. So once again, Henry, I think it's going to be close. 30 minutes left in the level, give or take. Perhaps just a couple of eliminations left as well.
See if any of them happen at this feature table.
Well, Calvin certainly has been doing his best to invite a potential elimination. Finding the 3-bet jam, now finding King-Queen suited on the button. I have a feeling, if you've seen how this man plays, he's going to be willing to get it all in there. Cutting out a raise that
I would love to see, yeah, I would love to see an in-juice on the button. Like, I honestly think you can get worse hands to jam, hands that you have dominated, like King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10.
Looking more likely a fold here. Although, Lokching giving a good look. Gets it through, and another nice little pickup there. Up to a 17 bigs now. This will make all the difference going into day 3, particularly when the level jumps. It's the difference between being in all-in or fold territory or being able to have some play left in you. A 6 big blind stack on our table. Approaching the blinds. As we've been constantly saying, it's going to be close.
What do you think? You going to make it to the party? The players' party?
No way, man. I was being optimistic to begin with, but as we approach 12:45, perhaps, if we make it to the end of the level, I think that's about all I'll have in me. Running on fumes here. And by fumes, I mean brown coffee.
I respect it. Brown bull.
Brown bull, sorry.
It's like liquid nitrogen flowing through your veins. It's explosive.
At Indian weddings, by the way, there's this, let's just say, unholy tradition of taking whiskey of varying quality, mixing it with a little bit of water, and it makes this sort of like brownish color as you'd expect, right?
That sounds disgusting, but okay.
And then you just call it petrol.
Oh no, man, come on.
And you consume it as such to just energize you when needed. And it does resemble petrol. It is brutal.
That is brutal.
It's not easy to get down. Perhaps that's what petrol tastes like, but just reminds me of what you just said. Brown bull. Might be a good name for it as well.
What time are we back tomorrow? We're all same time, same place.
Indeed. And it's one thing for us to be back. These players make it down to the final 48 or close enough to the final 50 or so. Just have enough time to get in some rest, get in a good night's sleep. Perhaps most of these players likely skipping the players' party as well. Unless, you know, some of them...
One would assume.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for all 50. Some sickos out there.
I respect it. I respect anyone that bags for day 3 and then goes to the players' party. You just deserve to win the tournament. Like, well played.
Onto the gun open by Vu. King Jack. Fairly loose. Only the chip leader.
Yeah, Vu's been one of the... He's been one of the guys that's been kind of going for it, you know. Like, he's not shied away from taking spots. In terms of the overall, like, play style of the table, I feel like he's certainly been the one just stepping outside of the box and just trying to find spots himself. Gotta respect it.
I certainly agree, with the exception of those 10s that he folded. Definitely a 6
true.
spot
Yeah,
there.
that is true.
It was for effectively his tournament life, so I can respect the decision, but would have been in a great spot to get it in pretty good, but as it happens, would have lost the ace-king.
There we go. 2020. Hindsight.
Look at this. As Van raise it up, there we go. A big raise. Love to see it. The chip leader finally using all the advantages that he has as the chip leader, not to mention the style of board that's come out on this flop. He's saying, do you have an ace?
That's pretty wild.
And if you do have an ace, are you willing to bet your tournament life on it? Let's go.
Gut shot, backdoor diamonds. Big fan. Van win. It's got to be one of the day 2 tournament chip leaders going into day 3.
Yeah, I believe if I'm checking the live updates correctly, he is still the tournament chip leader, and no surprise there. 130 big blinds is just a monster stack. He's done a great job maintaining it. Rarely a misstep, at least in terms of the amounts of chips he's lost at any given point. Talk about cruise
Yeah, I
control.
agree.
Henry, 49 players left, I believe. Talk about close. What are we, 15 minutes
One
away?
more elimination. Imagine being the 49th man. I mean, look, it sucks to bubble the end of the day regardless. But imagine you are the stone end of day bubble. That's brutal.
Some silver linings. Can sleep in late. There's that. Head to the players' party. Hey,
Wow.
there's that too. And no pay jump, mind you. As we've discussed. So as far as bubbles go, probably one of the least pernicious ones. Still hurts though, no doubt.
Always.
But what to do,
Blind
Henry?
blinds. These are 2 of the biggest stacks at the table. Go on, Vidor.
Well, I was just about to wax lyrical and say poker is pain, but talk about the pain of being raised. Vu finds the premium in the big blind, and Van goes along for the ride. King 7 off. Big pot already, 84k in the middle. What a favorable flop there for Vu.
I just heard someone say finish. Maybe speculation of an elimination in the outer tables.
Perhaps just a deep desire coming out. Last 15 minutes. People standing up. Might be something, and some commotion too, if you can hear that.
Yeah.
Does it say 48 on the screen?
Tournament clock has been paused, my man.
My oh my. 15 minutes away from essentially
That's wild.
ending the level and ending the day. We reach exactly 48 players, is that correct?
Who's in charge of the tournament structure? They deserve a raise.
Absolutely. So that's it. Down to the final 48. No elimination from this table, by the way, which means Nathan Stevens survives the day with 6 bigs. Players counting up their stacks. This is going to be their bags. And a proud bag this would be. Day 3 of the main event here at the APT.
Yeah, fantastic day of poker. Obviously, another record-breaking turnout in terms of the guarantees just getting crushed. And what did you say we're playing for? 145k, Vidor?
Indeed.
One of these final 48 after a good night's rest, hopefully, or maybe the players' party. But Vidor, tomorrow, same time, same place, 12:30 local time, I believe. We're going live.
That's right. We will be covering day 3 all the way down to the final table.
There we go. I believe it's going to be you and I for the first 4 or 5 hours of the day, and then we'll be taking it home all the way down to the final table. Yeah, look at that trophy. That's what someone's walking away with on Saturday.
Absolutely glorious. And as you said, it's crazy to look around the room right now if you're one of the remaining 48 and realize one of you is walking away with that trophy and $145,000 in cash. Got to be
Cash
surreal.
money. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, also like the pressure at the end of day two, it's a massive stress release, man. A massive stress release to just get to the end of the day. But yeah, obviously massive congratulations to all of these 48 players, but a long old ways to go. And Vidor, thank you, brother. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, Henry, and glad to hear that you're feeling a lot better than the last time we met. It's been great to have you in the booth, and of course I want to thank Greg. Greg Goes All In, who was in the booth at the start of the day with me.
Yeah.
It's been a great day of poker, of course. It's been quite a wild ride getting to the final 48. I mean, talk about the timing. Me and Henry betting all day whether we get to the end of level 21st or to 48 players. And as it turns out, with 18 minutes or so to go in the level, we end up with the final 49th elimination. I mean, talk about our tournament directors knowing how these tournaments work. It's just been an absolute marvel to see. But more importantly, the poker on the tables has been amazing. We had, I think, 4 feature tables today, all of them with new faces, some familiar ones from other APT stops, some absolute new ones, which is what we like to see. And it's been a great day of very, very interesting poker. As we just discussed, tomorrow, day 3, all the way down to the final table, what is it that we're playing for? 145,000 USD to the winner. 4 billionaires being crowned in VND. Fourth place plays 1.17 billion. So if you've been with us today, trust me, you do not want to miss tomorrow. It's going to be a great day of action going all the way to the FT. I've been with her single, joined by Henry Kilbane in the booth, as well as Greg Goes All In. Thank you so much for joining us. Stick around to watch some highlights from today and some other tournaments, but see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.